5:45.
I'm doing it.
I did. Yes.
I said,
This is white.
this
White. And Paul was out there.
Yes.
We had a chat. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. She's shark here.
Oh, yeah? Well, I don't think she's the only one. I think you have a
No,
bunch of
no,
them.
she's definitely, yeah. Definitely not the only one, definitely.
Yeah, it was very. It did really well. Mr. Alley, are we good to go? Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I am calling to order the Thursday, May 12th, 2022 regular board meeting of the Santa Clara Unified School District Board of Trustees. We will start with roll call. Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild? Here. Trustee Gonzalez, give me a
Here.
thumbs up. Okay, he's on Zoom, so you can see him there. Trustee Lieberman? Here. Trustee Ratterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan? Can we bring her into the meeting?
I'm here.
There we go. Just give me a thumbs up that you're, we're just doing roll call. Okay, thank you. And I am here. So then we will move on to the introduction of our translator, please.
Good, good evening, board. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Angélica Benítez. Mi compañera Verónica Adams y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprime el botón que dice interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el idioma en español. En este menú también puede seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is our Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Kemp, do you mind leading us, please?
Good evening, everybody. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The mission of Santa Clara Unified School District is to provide equitable, engaging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. And our vision is that graduates of Santa Clara Unified School District are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Next is review and acceptance of agenda items. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve, Fairchild.
Second, Rotterman.
Thank you. And no changes? Okay. Then everything has to be roll call tonight because we have people on Zoom. So Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez? Thumbs up. Thank you. Trustee Lieberman?
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Thumbs up. Thank you. And I'm going to get dizzy tonight. And I also say yes. So that passes 6-0 with Trustee Canova being absent. Okay, we are about to go into closed session. Before we do that, we will allow public comment on the closed session agendas items. If you have a slip, you can turn them in up here. We'll be talking about B.1, public employee performance evaluation of the superintendent. B.2, conference with legal counsel, one item of significant exposure litigation. B.3, public employee discipline, dismissal, resignation, reassignment, release. B.4, conference with labor negotiators, and B.5, discussion regarding the expulsion of student 051222A.1. So the public comment at this time is limited to only commenting on those items that are on the closed session agenda. We will start with people in the room. I have some blue slips here, and then we will check the Zoom to see if there's any comments there. If you are on the Zoom and you wish to comment, you can raise your hand. At this time, we will get to you shortly. And if you want to send us an email, the instructions are on the screen, so you can do that. Okay. You may have noticed that we have a really long closed session tonight, so we're all anxious to, and excited to get in there. So you will each get 2 minutes. If you don't need the 2 minutes, you don't have to use it, but you will get 2 minutes. So just putting that out there. But I'm not shortening you. So we will start with the first three And then we'll go from there. So Dee Watts, Amy Sargent, Lizzie Smith will be the first three. Come line up at the podium. Amy, you're second. Just get behind. Whenever you're ready. Can you turn on the microphone?
I haven't done this from here. Okay, Deanna Watts, elementary math TOSA. Got some characteristics of a good leader. One, having integrity. Perception right now, Dr. Kemp, you are not a person of integrity. Instead, you bully and intimidate those who disagree with you or speak out against you and your policies and decisions. Two, the ability to delegate with efficiency. Instead, you've rolled out an org chart, used it to fill and create positions for your friends, and instead of it leading to more effective systems, has created inefficiency and a general feeling of distrust. This reorganization has in fact worsened communication, created bottlenecks where decisions cannot be made in a timely manner, and departments are either not talking to each other or giving contradictory information. Three, effective communicator, not just transmitting information, but communicating with a wide range of people across roles, geographies, and identities. While you've increased district communication outwardly, you have not taken the time to get to know or listen to the people beyond your inner circle or cabinet, as evidenced by the outrage at the Laurelwood community meeting. Having self-awareness and humility, you are not humble. You are just interested in sound bites and photo opportunities, like when you brought camera crews to record you riding buses with students, passing out food during the pandemic, or trading jobs with staff members for a day, or part of it. Having gratitude, demonstrating gratitude. More than one unit member has reported that you've popped your head into after-hours meetings, and instead of thanking the teachers who were giving their time to support the district, you asked one person in the room a logistics question and then walked out. What a missed opportunity. Influence, definitely different than manipulation. Teachers who have spoken up at board meetings have been called into their principal's offices afterwards and chastised for doing so. What a misuse of your influence. Having empathy. As I stated earlier, it looked like you were trying to build empathy when you offered to take staff members' jobs for a day, but instead sites reported that you didn't stay. And last but not least, treating people with respect. How can you show respect for the staff of Santa Clara Unified when you have no idea who we are? We are dedicated staff members, teachers, administrators,
Ms. Watts,
students at the last line. Okay. Students and families from a wide range of backgrounds. Our TOSA team, who you have not even bothered to meet, is comprised of artists, curriculum developers, entrepreneurs, nonprofit board members, national professional organization presenters, and currently I am the only math recovery trained AVMR champion in the entire state of California. And you have not even taken the chance or the time to get to know us.
My name is Amy Sargent, and I'm a parent at Laurelwood Elementary and Peterson Middle School. Professionally, I've been a psychotherapist for 15 years. I would like to share with you, although some of the qualities were already just shared, of qualities of an emotionally healthy leader. The first is that they're thoughtful and approachable. The second, they admit mistakes and offer swift and sincere apologies. The third, they have empathy, social skills, self-awareness, and emotional maturity, meaning they stay in control of their emotions. There are more qualities, of course, but since I only have 2 minutes, I'm going to just keep it at those, and some of the other ones were already shared. But these are some of the qualities that I don't necessarily feel like I've been seeing from our superintendent. Over the course of the last several board meetings now that I've been attending in person and many that I've heard online, I've heard snippets of stories, again, 2-minute blips of retaliation being expressed or fears that people have been expressing, people being cautioned not to speak up for fear of what will happen, community members feeling the need to caution loved ones not to speak out against the superintendent. I've heard many voices from several different schools who serve in various capacities, teachers, staff, union reps, parents, and children even reference the ways that she has not been an effective leader. Personally, I've witnessed her make threats and bully people who were simply volunteering time investing into our children and schools. This is simply not the kind of leadership any healthy organization should have. In fact, it would appear that our district is not healthy at this time. You, the board, said you were going to try to work on earning everyone's trust back. I implore you to do so. The first step to building trust is effective and open communication. Given the current leadership, everyone who speaks here is putting themselves in a vulnerable position to speak up. Please show that you care and listen to the voices, the many, many voices I have heard, and I know you've heard, as they speak up, trying to tell you that we need healthy leadership.
Lizzie, before you start, just one sec, because I forgot to read my little civility comment before we started. So I want to make sure I read that today and every board meeting. So I want to remind the public that the board has a policy on civility, policy 1310.1 on civility states. The policy promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, Santa Clara Unified encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks the public's cooperation with this endeavor. Okay, and then following Lizzie, we'll just line up a couple more people, Jen Peak and Vicky Pardini. Okay, go ahead, Lizzie. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Lizzie Smith. As you can imagine, over the past few weeks, I've heard from a lot of parents and teachers around the district. I've heard a lot of stories. I'm not going to share those because they did not ask me to share those. But I did have a teacher at Laurelwood send me an email today and ask if I could share this because she couldn't be here. Today in our first grade, they were going to do presentations on the playground. Dr. Kemp and a couple of board members had been invited to attend, had all RSVP'd that they were going to come. So what she said is, today, Dr. Kemp was supposed to come to Laurelwood to see first grade classes playground presentation, making the children very excited. And then she never showed. Just another example how she talks a big game, but continues to let down the staff, students, and community. Other board members came to support students as well as parents, but it continues to be that Kemp can not show up for her main purpose, the kids. It broke my heart when I walked to PE just now to find those poor first graders who had been so excited and were stood up. And I wanted to say something else. I do not work in this capacity, but I'm working with someone who is a leadership coach for the last 20 years. She's putting together an executive year-long course and I'm doing the graphic design. And in our last meeting, she was talking about coaching and that the hardest thing is when she coaches people to say the right thing, but their actions don't match the words that are coming out of their mouth. I think there's a lot of stuff in Vision 2035 that sound great, but unless they are going to take those into action, it's not going to work. There's a disconnect, and that has been proven. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jen Peak. I'm a teacher and parent of kids that have already graduated out of SCUSD. I just want to say that when I met Dr. Kemp at the LMI conference before she officially began her duties, I left that conference feeling invigorated and hopeful about the direction of our district. That we were going to have a superintendent who embraced bottom-up decision-making, moved me as an educator in a way that I hadn't felt in a very long time. I was so excited. I came back to my side. I was Dr. Kemp's biggest cheerleader. Like, oh, I have this great new superintendent. It's going to be fantastic. But the sad part is that never came true. In fact, I feel like things have gotten worse. LMI has not only ceased to become anymore, it has gone backwards from where we were when we started this process. And it's disheartening as an educator to think things are going to change, but only to see the district office grow bigger and staff be put in their place would probably be the best way, the kindest way I could say it. It has been more than disheartening. And I think if you want to know the truth as board members or people in the community, where you should go is to the heart of our district, which in my opinion is our front office staff. They keep the wheels on the bus. You want to know how teachers are feeling? Go talk to anyone in the front office. You want to know how administrators are feeling? Go talk to anyone in a front office in this district, because they will tell you they're barely keeping the wheels on the bus. It has been hard in a way that is unimaginable. And I understand that the pandemic was a hard way to start. And I will tell you personally, I sent emails with suggestions that wouldn't have cost the district a dime. And I either didn't get replies or got like, thanks for letting me know kind of replies. I didn't feel heard when I was trying to be helpful and trying to be positive, because I'm not a complainer who doesn't offer solutions. And every time I did, they were not heard. And that was heartbreaking in a way I can't even explain. So please consider what you want our district to become. Are we going to put our money where our mouth is and really do the work that we said we're going to do with LMI or not? Thank you.
After Vicky will be Katie Kusa, Ian Jackson, and Teddy Duffy. Yeah, go ahead.
Have to lower the microphone. All right. Good evening, board members. I'm Vicky Pardini, an elementary ELA TOSA. I would never normally come to speak at 2 board meetings in a row, but I feel pretty passionate. When I attended the last regular board meeting, something pleasantly surprised me. And then I was struck by what it all meant. An admin in our district called in and spoke about the positive relationship she had with Dr. Kemp. The individual stated that she felt very respected by Dr. Kemp and that she felt, and that she was treated well by her. This made me really happy because it showed that it's possible for Dr. Kemp to have these kinds of relationships with her staff. She has the capacity and maybe even the desire at times to be kind and treat people with respect. Here's what's truly disturbing about this. It means that she is being very intentional when she doesn't treat people with kindness and respect. She is selective with who she chooses to have these kind of respectable relationships with. This is unacceptable in a school district. She's our leader, and it's her job to model the kind of behavior she expects from everyone else in the district. I get that it's hard and frustrating to deal with people who disagree with you or who are hesitant to change things, but you can feel frustrated and still treat people with respect. Ask my bosses. I question things all the time, and I even push back on things pretty hard sometimes. Kathy knows this. I'm sure it frustrates them, but I have never felt disrespected by them or yelled at by them. I have always felt safe to speak my mind. Imagine that. I haven't heard many people say that since Dr. Kemp joined us. Amazingly, I have never feared for my job either, but I know that is not the case in these times. I hear a lot of frustrations from my colleagues, and when I ask why they don't speak up, it's because they're fearful. Board members, how does that make you feel? You should feel worried because I think none of you want any employees in this district to be afraid. She's been given so many chances.
Vicky, your time is up. So finish your sentence or.
She's been given so many chances, and this is up to you, and it's on you where we go from here. If you choose to keep her and let her continue her bullying ways, it's on you. So please do the right thing.
Good evening. My name is Katie Kusa, and I'm a teacher at Hughes Elementary. I'm here tonight to speak about the lack of transparency, preparedness, and respect on the part of the district office and Dr. Kemp. Specifically, the process for voluntary and involuntary transfers this year, which was unnecessarily disorganized and disrespectful. The HR department did not announce that the process would be changing this year until after the initial voluntary transfer time had closed because the process was not finalized. Therefore, those of us who ended up being affected by this new process did not have a chance to even consider the voluntary transfer. Then we were told that the process had been finalized, but it was changed again. Then we were told by Dr. Kemp at a meeting that the process had been sent out and it hadn't been. We didn't receive it until after 11 p.m. that night. Following the release of that process, we were told anyone who would like to volunteer to involuntarily transfer would need to submit the paperwork by Monday, April 4th, but would not necessarily be told anything until April 25th. A 21-day wait to see what would happen is an unjustifiable pressure on teachers whose job is already hard enough. At Hughes, we knew that we would need to have 2, possibly 3 teachers move to other placements. We were prepared for this reality. What we were unprepared for was the fact that the process would be changed without notice. While this process was handled by the HR department, Dr. Kemp is responsible for the actions of that department as the superintendent. The teachers of Santa Clara deserve better than this. The level of stress and anxiety that I experienced during this time made my job and my life more complicated. An unprecedented number of us are being uprooted and moved this year, and that was only made worse by the lack of transparency, preparedness, and respect. The teachers of Santa Clara Unified are your most valuable asset. To be frank, you can't do this without us. Starting now, we deserve clear and timely communication and respectful consideration in all choices the district office makes. Thank you.
Hello. I'm here today to discuss agenda item B1 and a failure in district leadership. In soccer, as in the case in many sports, the proverbial buck stops with the coach, the leader of the team. In the case of Santa Clara Unified, that leader is Dr. Kemp. It doesn't really matter how personable that leader is, and I would like to state that all my personal interactions with Dr. Kemp have been perfectly pleasant. But if the team is faltering, and if they, the coach, are not tactically savvy enough or do not have the man management skills to rectify the situation, then the buck stops with them. What about the team, I hear you ask? Aren't they responsible when things aren't going as expected? Dr. Kemp has brought in many new faces at the district office. Salaries are swelling at the DO. But unfortunately, there have been so many high-profile blunders and ball drops that we have to start questioning what their skill sets are, where they have come from, and why they have been hired. Ultimately, the coach picks the team, so the buck stops with them. From attracting media scrutiny by holding an in-person meeting during the height of COVID, to eliciting criticism from the union, equity, and human rights advocates by aligning our district with Chick-fil-A, from the recent federal program monitoring disaster and the failure for 3 years to meet the basic state-mandated needs of our EL students, to the very public and well-known mess that is site safety and the disarray of the special ed department. From feelings of fear, distrust, and a lack of safety from district employees to a lack of transparency in the hiring process of administrative positions and the legal attack on members of the Laurelwood community. The list goes on and on. Not to mention Vision 2035. I understand that as a school district, we need to implement a strategic plan for the future. But when the coach strives for success 12 years into the future, but allows things to fall apart in the present, shouldn't we be calling their judgment into question? So to quote a colleague who will be retiring this year and whose passion as a student advocate is hard to match, haven't you had enough? Thank you.
Just 1 second, Teddy. After Ms. Duffy, we'll have Ida Swade, Mary Clank, Mary Ann Bowles. You can go ahead and line up behind.
Good afternoon, school board members. Have you had enough? When you hired Stella, what was your mission? Was it to intimidate and retaliate against teachers, administration, and parents? Did you as a board have an opinion that our district needed such a major overhaul and was in such disarray that it had to end up having someone devalue and discount all of the professionals that work here? That were here from the beginning? Was that your mission? Was it your mission to have all these consultants that haven't worked out very well hired? That letter that Stella got written by Bone Steel, whatever his name is, and Scooby-Doo, I don't know. She spent $4,000 on that letter to threaten parents and anybody that was on that committee. $4,000. That's a lot of money to just threaten people because a name got out and other names got out too, but she didn't threaten anybody else. Stella has bothered to get to know anybody here. Did she even know that we have a math TOSA that's nationally qualified in the state, one of only in math recovery? I'm predicting she didn't. Has she gone to her and even asked, hey, can you set a program up for us? Nah, we'll hire a consultant at $150,000. And now I'm hearing we have yet another consultant. I think it's another friend of Stella's to go around and pull all the SPED teachers out to find out how we can improve special ed. I think there was a huge report written. It's right there. We don't need any more consultants. And who's going to really be honest, right? I'm not going to be honest because there's not going to be any listening. Have you had enough yet?
Good evening, I'm Ida Swed. I come to you tonight as a parent who is not going to her daughter's swim awards tonight because this is important. A parent that for the last 3 years has kept hearing about the leadership in this district. Leadership that manipulates, lies, and tries to censor those that have different views. For the first 2 years, I thought of those comments as rumors and thought that what had happened in San Bruno was a one-off. Unfortunately, our friends in San Bruno were right because Stella only really cares about her public image and her resume to ensure consulting gigs in retirement. I doubt that tonight you will have employees that report directly to Stella come here and air their grievances because they are scared of repercussions. As you go into closed session and review the work Stella has been doing for the last 3 years, I want to bring to your attention instances I have noticed in which she has not done a good job. LGBTQIA+ and special ed students are just afterthoughts. Appointment of the Laurelwood principal displayed how Stella, while comparing the work teachers were doing as a video game, just leads with chaos. The chaos is a way to deflect her inability to lead this district the Santa Clara way. It is all about public relations. Same time frame, the district was celebrating Lizzie Smith as one of our stellar volunteers. Stella had sent Lizzie and a group of parents the letter that cost $4,000. The board said on May 4th that we are not pinning communities against each other, yet a couple days later at Laurelwood, and I quote, one of Stella's people said, "You're lucky and most schools don't have that. That's pinning communities against each other." Have you had enough, Stella? The best course of action would be to resign and avoid further embarrassment to our district because our children deserve better.
Okay, before Mary starts, behind her should be Marianne Bowles, Caitlin Deneen, and Viola Smith.
Okay, dear board trustee members, I'd like to address you this evening. Do I have an echo? I think I'm okay. I would like to address you this evening regarding the students who are English language learners and all of the kids that are below reading level due to the historic circumstances of the last 2 years. As Trustee Fairchild pointed out in our last meeting, there is a difference between a Title I school and Title I students that actually exist in all of our schools. Under the leadership of Dr. Kemp, all of the resources that provide services for these students, reading recovery, ELD, et cetera, have been centralized and targeted as what has been described as going where it's needed most. What this has done may sound great on paper, but it's left some schools with absolutely no services this year. I want to repeat that in a year with the most learning gaps, there are schools that are receiving no lit services. How is this equitable? Is this the Santa Clara way? If there are not enough staff to go to all the schools, then why is it May and we have not hired more of these people? Instead, we are hiring consultant after consultant or district office management that has minimal impact in the classroom. How does this close the learning gap for our students this year? The superintendent is not spending money where it's going to benefit students, services for students. Instead, the superintendent is spending money where it will benefit her, PR consultants and lawyers. Not providing service equitably throughout the school district, I believe, opens this district up to lawsuits. So the question still remains to the board. Have you had enough yet?
Hi, I'm Marianne Bowles. Different open or closed session topic for at least this one, sorry. I am here to ask for class size reduction in middle school PE classes. I have been a physical education teacher for almost 30 years. And with my largest class being 43 students this year, playing space is an issue. An example is when a gym has 8 courts, it can only accommodate 32 students to play pickleball or badminton. You have to have all the extra students sit around and wait. They are not getting their time on task. They are also not engaged in the activity, and they're not learning as much as they can or need to. You need to engage in physical activity to get better at it, plain and simple. The dance room in our school can technically hold 40 kids, but that is sitting down. It's not much bigger than a portable. When you try to get 45 kids in their line dance, there's no room to maneuver. This is a liability issue, and not to have the proper space to move kids, and they can't engage in any activity, whether it's dance, yoga, or wrestling. Supervision is also compromised with 45 kids in a class. When students are moving around like they do in PE, the extra students make safe use of space an issue. There are either too many students in an area, or they have to spread out so far that seeing what they're doing at all times is impossible. Again, this is a liability. We have had injuries due to students fooling around while the teacher is on the far side of the field supervising other students. There is mandated sex education in 8th grade and physical education. This is a sensitive and important topic for these students. Making sure there is proper space for confidentiality and that they are getting the info is important. Other classrooms have a contract max of 32. Why are we expected to have 10 to 13 kids more in the classrooms when we're teaching this academic subject? Locker room space and supervision is an issue as well. With larger class sizes means more kids in the locker room. Several times during the day, we are supervising 70 students in the locker room at one time. If there's an issue, this can be a liability if only one teacher is on the locker room supervision duty. What about the future need of all gender locker rooms? Who will supervise that? Smaller classes will allow the hiring of a full-time employee and then give us better coverage where needed. In conclusion, if you ever tried interaction with the middle school, you know they are wonderful and challenging at the same time. They're transitioning from child to adult. They have many hormonal issues starting to occur, I'm almost done, in their bodies, and they are emotional, prone to acting before thinking, and need lots of attention to help guide them through all of this. Larger class sizes do not allow to give us even 1 minute of our time to each student when there are that many. So it affects the connections and the social emotional learning. So please consider reducing class sizes in physical education. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm here to speak on item B1. I can come before you and speak my observations and concerns regarding Dr. Kemp's behavior as our superintendent, but then again, it feels a little bit been there, done that. I went through my records today and I concluded that I have personally spoken at board meetings on at least 10 separate occasions since Dr. Kemp was hired on my concerns about her behavior. I have spoken as a member of UTSC Equity and Human Rights Committee. I have spoken as a member of the UTSC Leadership Board. I have spoken to you as a teacher at Peterson Middle School, and I have spoken to you as a certificated employee. On each occasion, I have been clear and explicit about my group's concerns about Dr. Kemp's behaviors, choices, and leadership as our superintendent, and yet I cannot say that I have seen any long-lasting degree of accountability expected from her or the school board. So I'm not surprised that my colleagues and myself are here to speak to you again about our lack of confidence. They're grading in here right now. While they're waiting to talk to you, they're grading. They're doing their job. So they're spending their time here waiting to talk to you about this issue. We're here to talk about this because her behavior continues because it's allowed to. In my 10 visits to the school board, I have spoken to you on concerns such as the hiring process for upper level positions, Dr. Kemp's lack of tact and sensibility regarding social political events, her clear disinterest in upholding labor management partnerships unless being forced to do so, her ethics regarding using public funds to legally intimidate community members, her lack of regard for public health by holding 40-person in-person meetings during a pandemic, an absence of teacher and community input regarding distance learning and plans and procedures, a lack of a plan regarding our EL students, the fact where we are in compliance with the state, and overall top-down management of a district that continually gets called out for unclear communication procedures and expectations from its own employees. As a response to what I've just said, you might say that I'm bringing up old news or holding a grudge. To that, I am saying I am a proud employee of this district. And while I don't hold grudges, I do hold people accountable for their actions and expect rectification. Dr. Kemp is not and should not be excused from that. Thank you.
By the way, President Muirhead. President Muirhead. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry. I was dealing.
After all these years, I thought you knew it was Viola.
I'm sorry, Viola. I'm
Viola,
learning.
and
There
I'm
are
thinking,
certain
where is she?
names. I'm really trying hard to learn. Viola.
All right, I just want to, all right, I think I'm ready. I'm gonna be the naysayer. All right, ready? All right, good evening. I'm Viola Smith, principal of Mission Early College High School. I am here this evening to speak to my positive experience working under the leadership of Dr. Kemp. I have been blessed under her leadership, support, and vision of equity for our district. There is a proverb that says, without a vision, the people perish. And with the hiring of Dr. Kemp, a new vision was possible. Dr. Kemp pulled together a coalition to establish a vision to transform our district into a high-performing organization. Some of us in this room participated in this effort, which manifested Vision 2035. Let me remind you that one of the reverberating messages during that process was that in order to move forward, we need to eliminate the Santa Clara Way. I have not forgotten that, and I hope you have not either. It's been disturbing to hear our teachers comment each week that Dr. Kemp's conduct is not the Santa Clara way. And the only thing I have to say to that is, thank you, God, and hallelujah. The Santa Clara way has been ineffective and has only perpetuated the systems and practices of inequity to produce low-level outcomes for our children. For example, only 32% of African-American students that graduated 2021 graduated four-year college eligible. Only 31.3% of Latinx students graduated university eligible. Let me remind you that the schools are here to serve the students, not the adults. The Santa Clara way I know and I recall is rooted in entitlement and privilege for the few and does not allow for the recognition, participation, and inclusion of new Santa Clara populations. It promoted the hiring of friends and favorites over the best candidate. Diversity and equity were terms that were tossed around to give the appearance of social awareness and justice, but there were no genuine efforts to bring these ideals
to
the forefront of district practices. Let me finish. Last thing. Change is not easy, and with the change in leadership in 2019, we finally have a chance at it. We are not interested in turning back the hands of time to make SUSD great again. We want true innovation and progress for the betterment of all students. I want change. The Santa Clara way is not it, and Dr. Kemp is the key to making that happen. Thank you for the time.
You bet. Okay, thanks, Viola. So that's all the slips I have. Is there anyone else who wants to turn in a slip or come speak in the room? Okay, so if you are, we'll close public comment in the room. We're going on out to Zoom. And I see a couple of people who want to comment on closed session items. So if you're out on the Zoom, you can raise your hand at this point, and I will turn it over to Ms. Starika.
You have the timer. Okay, for the members of the public in Zoom, we will have a 2-minute timer on screen for you to help you moderate your comment, similar to the timer in the room. I will call on you in the order that your hands are raised, and you will be prompted to unmute your microphone. Our first speaker is Beth Stoddard. You should be prompted to unmute now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm speaking to the point about labor negotiations and the district's refusal to lower class size in upper elementary. We hear all the time about two major issues in education right now, teacher loss and student mental health. And both of these issues are tied to class size. Teachers are leaving education when they're overwhelmed by student numbers and needs. Students' mental challenges in the last 2 years have brought teen suicide attempts to an all-time high. Yet the district refuses to lower class size. Next year, due to 3 new students from Afghanistan in 4th grade that we've got in the last 2 weeks, we're going to have 31 students on the roster in each of our 5th grades. And the district will tell you that they will move away over the summer, many of them. Really, they just got here. And also because our numbers are so high, quote, a student who's been at our site since kindergarten, whose family recently moved out of our attendance area, has been able to open enroll for 5th grade next year. We support our special education students in the classroom as well. In recent years, I've had as many as 10 resource students at once. Next year, there'll be at least one refugee student with intensive learning and emotional support needs, as well as a few other students with special learning needs. And I'll be differentiating for the academic, social, and emotional needs of my other 27 or so 5th grade students, because the district refuses to open another 5th grade section because of the attrition that's expected over the summer. And meanwhile, my site is losing a teacher because our numbers are so low. Which is it? Teacher loss, teen suicide. Remember the old fable about the villagers who kept fishing babies out of the river, and the villagers would save them and take them in until finally somebody said, we need to go up the river and find out why all these babies are falling in. 31 5th grade students in one classroom, refugees, students with special needs, English learners, students in poverty. In a few years, someone is going to be fishing some of these babies out of the river. But in this situation right here, this is where we could stop ourselves from throwing them in. Please help the district reconsider its extremely high class size numbers for upper elementary next year.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Trevor Smith.
Hi, hopefully you can hear me. Thank you for the time. So my name is Trevor Smith. I've been an Santa Clara Unified parent since 1994, of my 3 children having gone to Santa Clara Public Schools. I served on school site councils for multiple schools. My wife, Viola Smith, who just spoke, has been a long time district employee, first as a teacher and now as a high school administrator. I had the opportunity to listen to the last school board meeting that we had where there were open comments on topic B1 regarding the performance of the superintendent. And I was really dismayed and decided I wanted to speak up, show support for Stella Kemp and speak on her behalf. So I'll make my comments brief. The last few years has been truly a journey of emotional ups and downs. The physical safety and mental wellness of my children was top of mind during the pandemic. The police violence with George Floyd and protest events around that incident, and a number of other things. And Stella's leadership was very evident throughout that period. I'll make 4 points on that. First, she courageously pivoted the schools to online training with the cooperation of district employees, where many other districts were in limbo decision. She drove the school sites to quickly mobilize on laptop distribution at school sites so the kids would have an opportunity to learn. I know there was some opposition.
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, it seems that we've lost you and your internet connection.
Okay.
If you can please provide your comment in writing.
I can hear him.
I can't hear.
Hear me? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay. I will start midstream. I don't want my time expired to 8 seconds. So just commenting on Stella's leadership kind of through the pandemic. So she courageously pivoted the school's online learning with cooperation of the school district employees, where many districts were in limbo with indecision. She drove the school sites to quickly mobilize for laptop distribution so that kids would be enabled to be able to do remote learning. He also provided Wi-Fi hotspots for those who didn't have internet connections. She opened up communication channels, provided very frequent and regular updates on a dynamic situation with return to school, COVID protocols, and that's been very comforting for myself, understanding kind of what's going on and what the district's plans were. So again, compared to other districts, we saw them in the news. I have friends, and they, were just in disarray. The last point I wanted to make as well is
I'm really sorry.
being part of the African American community. I
I'm
very
so
much
sorry.
appreciated the
Sorry.
district.
Sorry. It's the unfavorite part of being the public comment moderator online. I did give you some extra time to take into account that we lost you for a few seconds there. I do know that the board would like to read the remainder of your comment if you can submit it in writing at public-comment@susd.net. And our next speaker will be Gwen Schneider. You should be prompted to unmute. Right, Gwen, it looks like you're using an older version of Zoom. We'll have our IT tech put our call-in number on and you can try to call in. And we'll move on to the next speaker, Wanda Buck.
Hello, I'm a parent. This is such a sad time. There's so much angst and strife in our lives. And COVID is really affecting all of us. And I don't care if it's the president, the mayor, the trustees, the superintendent. People are holding them responsible. And we're looking at only the bad stuff and not hardly any of the good stuff that has happened. I have been very happy. I don't know, I respect the teachers, but it sounds to me like from the outside in that very well organized with sound bites, this, Santa Clara this way, that way, that they very intelligently reacted and brought forth all the other things that have gone wrong related to Laurelwood and brought in more because they didn't get what they wanted. And I'm sure that mistakes have been made, but I really think that we all need to work together. And there's a lot of emotion to try and make things better rather than keep trying to fire the top people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm gonna try Gwen Schneider one more time. Gwen, I'm still getting a error message saying that you're on an older version of Zoom. So if you can please submit your comment at public-comment@susd.net, we'll make sure that gets to the board tonight. President Muirhead, that's the final comment.
Thank you, everyone, for those comments tonight. I appreciate that you coming out and sharing your thoughts with us. So now we are going into closed session where we will be talking about items B.1, public employee performance evaluation of the superintendent. B.2, conference with legal counsel, one item of significant exposure litigation relating to a complaint filed on April 28th, 2022 concerning the superintendent. Item B.3, public employee discipline, dismissal, resignation, reassignment, and release. B.4, conference with labor negotiators. And B.5, discussion regarding expulsion of student 051222A.1. I'm hoping we'll be back in about 3 hours, but no guarantees. So we'll see you when we're done. So we are resuming open session for our May 12th meeting. First thing is to introduce our translator, please.
Good evening, board. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Verónica Adams Navarro. Angélica Benítez y yo seremos las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida por el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice interpretación en la parte inferior de su pantalla y seleccione el idioma de español. En este menú también puede seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, in our report from closed session, item B.1, the board had a discussion. Item B.2, there was a motion to give authority to the board president to work with Mark Shield to develop a contract with an identified investigator. That item passed with a motion by trustee Ratterman, a second by trustee Canova, 6-1 with trustee Ryan against. Item B.3 was discussed. Item B.4 was not discussed. And item B.5, the administrative hearing panel unanimously recommends to expel student 0. Am I reading the right paragraph? Is it the paragraph at the top, Dr. Kemp?
Number 7.
Oh, and okay, that's for the closed session readout?
That's for the closed session readout.
Sorry, I had it backwards. Okay. The coordinator of attendance and discipline recommends that student 051222A.1 be expelled with a suspension of the enforcement through May 12th, 2023. The Board of Trustees, with a motion by Board Member Fairchild and seconded by Board Member Ratterman, voted to accept the recommendation of the hearing officer. The board voted 7-0 to approve the suspended expulsion for student 051222A.1 with placement at Santa Clara Community Day School. Okay. Next on the list is the superintendent's report. Turn it to you, Dr. Kemp.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. I want to say a belated Happy Mother's Day to all of you. This evening, I want to start my update to the board with an update regarding enrollment and staffing. With the declining enrollment throughout the state and our district and the resulting changes in the number of teachers at each school site, we understand that people are anxious, especially if they're the ones that are slated to move to school sites or positions. Our HR team has been working really hard to try to make this, working hard with our labor leaders in UTSC to make this as smooth as possible. And at the same time, it does create some undue stress on people. We recognize that. Our goal is to provide our staff with as much predictability as possible, as early as possible. And the fluctuating and declining enrollment over the several months presents a number of challenges to meet this goal. We're trying to get the enrollment and staffing numbers as settled as possible before we break for summer and finalize as possible by the first day that teachers return for the 22-23 school year in August. We're trying to predict and move staff now for the likely scenarios in the fall so that we don't need to move staff later. And if we overstaff now, we know that some people will need to move later. So this causes its own uncertainty and anxiety as we're trying to manage this uncertain world of enrollment as due to the pandemic changes in the district. At a recent board meeting, you heard a report from the Enrollment Center, who together with Human Resources closely monitors enrollment and staffing for the 22-23 school year. Enrollment fluctuates throughout the spring and summer, and we've worked really hard with our schools to have our parents submit intent to return forms for their students so we can better analyze whether or not the numbers that we have are trying to figure out if they're as true as possible. In the spring, we see early enrollments and then movement in the summer when families typically move or disenroll students and new families move in. The historical enrollment tells us to expect a 5% decline in enrollment. And if more students materialize than enrollment predicts, teachers will be added to school sites to ensure that we meet the appropriate staffing ratios that the board has directed. As we work towards the goal of settling our numbers as much as possible, here's what's coming up next in our process. A second round of open enrollment closes on May the 20th, and our schools are working to finalize a projected number of current students who plan to return next year based on this intent to return form that we've asked our families to complete. And from there, the team will work quickly to settle our enrollment and staffing numbers as much as possible with the 22-23 school year. Dr. Gonzalez will always also be meeting with our principals and our ETSC president during this time. As many of you know, spring 2021, the SUSD EL Master Plan was approved by the board, and the plan outlines the district design for the equity-based educational program for multilingual learners. During the needs assessment for the EL Master Plan, our data indicated that our multilingual learners have an achievement gap that we have not been successful in closing for many years. This past fall, the district received the extensive federal program monitoring review in the area of English language learners or English learner programs. And the reviewers, in concurrence with our own needs assessment, identified 3 major corrective actions that must be addressed in order to better support our multilingual learners. As a requirement to resolve these findings, we must work in these areas immediately. These areas include restructuring our secondary designated ELD course offerings for students identified as ELs, professional development on designated and integrated ELD, and ELD curriculum chosen from the state-approved list. These findings are similar to those that I shared with the board in my 100-day report. The EL Steering Committee, composed of teachers, administrators, LSATs, and paraeducators, first came together in October 12th with the goal of creating an implementation plan for the master plan, informed by best practice around the district. And because of the FPM findings, the committee shifted in February to provide input on the steps needed to address these corrective actions that were identified. Due to the FPM implementation timeline requirements, Ed Services and Professional Learning departments began to plan for 22-23 and quickly realized that while we have the internal expertise, we don't have the internal capacity to provide the extensive level of professional learning needed, and we need to partner with external experts to help build this capacity. On April the 26th, Ed Services shared a preliminary plan with this EL steering committee and received feedback. And the plan is specific to elementary, middle school, and high school, and also outlines a designated ELD curriculum pilot for grades 4 through 12 to begin in the fall. We have solicited ELD professional learning proposals from highly regarded and nationally recognized experts, including WestEd, SIOP, and Kate Kinsella associate Teresa Hancock. And we look forward to bringing the revised plan to the steering committee on May the 24th. The plan includes initial training in June and July with the instructional coaches and the EL steering committee members. We also plan to bring contracts forward for our ELD partnership with the board to the board in June, so we can prepare effectively for August district-wide professional development. At the last meeting, we shared a number of recognition events that are happening in the month of May. One not mentioned is our School Communication Day, which is tomorrow. So I want to recognize our communications team of Jen and Philippa and Marcus for supporting all of us and to all the staff throughout the district for all you do to connect our communities and learning in SUSD. As a reminder, we have our employee recognition tea on May the 25th at 3 p.m. at the Delta Hotel over off of Montague Expressway. Invitations have gone out from HR. We will also celebrate and honor our retirements, years of service, and announce our classified teacher and administrator of the year at our annual employee recognition tea. I've been spending a lot of time listening and learning from the work of many of our committees who are working on initiatives in the district. The Superintendent Student Council was held on April the 29th, and students reported recent and upcoming events that are happening at their schools, and they are quite busy. So lots of exciting things are happening at the schools. I'm working with Matt Baldwin to work with our student leaders to review the program and find ways to refine and enhance student input on important school level issues. And I learned of a program while I was at the CSBA conference this past year and would like for us to take a look at that. The LGBTQIA+ committee met this week to review similar policies from other school districts and further discussions and recommendations for SCUSD policies and to identify other areas for discussion and action. I believe that in the next week, they will be meeting with representatives from other districts to talk to them about the policy development in their school districts. Our English Learner Steering Committee most recently met again on the 26th to discuss the plan for EL professional development. And as with our other Kudos partnership committees, membership includes voices from classified, certificated, and management staff. And we are committed to a robust professional learning program next year aligned to our district priorities. The Superintendent's School Culture and Climate Committee met last week, and over the past 2 sessions, the committee has worked on identifying priority areas for concern related to school climate and culture. At the last meeting, the committee participated in activities and began the process for identifying 2 to 3 priority areas for focus for the 22-23 school year. On May 5th, I attended the Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce Business Awards and Officer Installation, and one of our own, Christine Lutke, Hughes Elementary School Secretary, received the Chamber Award for Best Administrative Assistant. So congratulations to Christine. I've been enjoying visiting students and families and staff at a variety of events, and I just want to call out a few. Last week, I attended with Jennifer the Don Calajon K-8 School STEAM Expo. There were many research projects and around real-world issues, especially environmental science and climate. As part of their presentations, I thought it was really cool that students included technology component by coding interactive displays like you find in many museums. And when you push a button on different points on their display, a Chromebook is attached to that and it plays different videos and audios that provide the reader, the viewer with more information. Super creative. Other projects that stood out included a group of students who coded choose your own adventure games and a student who created an artful social justice display and gave an inspirational and articulate presentation. This young woman, who also serves on our Equity and Social Justice Committee, spoke about the impact she and others can make in the lives of Black and African American students right now. She is truly a role model for her peers and is somebody I think you will see a lot of in the next few years. On Friday evening, I very briefly attended the Wilcox High School Art Expo. And I just want to say that I'm very excited that these events are coming back in person. There were a variety of highly talented and creative work. The students who are hosting this are also hosting their first annual film festival tomorrow night at 7 p.m. in their theater. And earlier today, our partners at the Ford Automotive presented the school's automotive program with a car to, with a car donation. So that previously was approved by the board. Coming up on May the 26th is our virtual STEAM Expo, and in partnership with Mission College and Santa Clara Schools Foundation, this event, this year, is provided as a virtual showcase featuring kindergarten through college, community college student projects. And this year we had almost 6,000 projects presented from across the district. So I want to say huge thanks to our planning team and to the hundreds of teachers who helped us support and submit student projects. Projects were done by individual students and by groups and highlight learning that's taken place this year across science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And I encourage you to join us online for the virtual expo. It's our district's website, santaclarausd.org/STEAM Expo. Tonight, I'd also like to recognize the many generous donations from tonight's consent agenda. Washington Open Parent Group donated $7,000 to the Washington Open for field trips. Santa Clara High School Athletic Boosters donation of $10,500 for badminton, track and field, and volleyball. And Liberty Lodge's donation of $1,500 to Bowers for their garden. Tonight, you'll hear an update from our special ed team regarding the staffing levels for Mod Severe program. And I want to acknowledge that Mr. Radaman sent an agenda item request in for the next board meeting to get more information about other ideas within the special education program staffing. Our team is already preparing this information and we'll bring it back to the board at the next meeting. In closing, I just want to make one last comment. I want to acknowledge that some people are upset about the public comments being made about me. And I want to say to them that I appreciate the sentiment, and I want to remind everyone that we are lucky to live in a country where individuals have the right to free speech. As a leader of this organization, I hear all the comments and appreciate the feedback from everyone. I know that all of us can get caught up in the heat of the moment when things are said, including language that may be perceived as divisive. I also want you to know that I recognize that we say things, when we say these things in the heat of the moment, but deep inside, I really care about the students that we serve here in Santa Clara, as I know that you do. So I've never taken anything personally, because I know that we can be brought together by the unity of knowing that we all care for our students. And that's my report for this evening.
Yes.
I said-
Trustee Rudderman?
Is it one point of clarification? I just wanted to know, by the way, I appreciate that last comment you made about public discourse. I think that was thank you. Under the FPM, you said there were 3 areas that we had to address at ELD. I know there were 5 that were identified. There were 13 reported concerns on the FPM. Did some of those already been addressed? Because I think you said there was only 3 for ELD.
I wanted, the ones that we have to address right away are these 3 areas. And that's around the coursework, the professional development on integrated and designated ELD, and the curriculum.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So next is our reports from student board representatives. I see Marcus is in the room. So Marcus, do you have a report in person from Mission Early College High School?
Yes, I do. So it's good to be back, to start off. So moving into my little report, nothing, it's been pretty quiet at Max, nothing.
You always say that, and then you
Yeah.
have all sorts of things to say.
Well, since we only have, for MEX, we only have about 2 weeks left of school, just about. The school, we end on, I think, the 26th, and seniors end on the 27th, for that is our graduation ceremony. And for me personally, I end on the 27th because I'm going to be a graduating senior. Thank you. And everyone's feeling it, for sure. Everyone is feeling it. Right now, we're currently trying to iron out the details on an upcoming event. That's all I have to say about that one. And then my last little bit of information here is that ISB elections are coming up very soon, and they're going to be held on May 20th, and we hope that to see a good number of people that would like to run. So that's pretty much it for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Marcus. Do we have any recordings? We have 1 recording. Go ahead and run that.
Hello, once again, this is Crystal Escalera from New Valley High School, and this is my report for this week. I'm really excited to say that there are only 2 weeks left in the school year and 5 days counting for seniors. Please follow us in our first annual film festival on May 20th on campus, hosted by Mr. Reyna, featuring videos created by the students at New Valley. It will be from 6 p.m. to 7:15, and there will be food and fun provided. Please join us. Leadership finally printed out their first copy of the yearbook that we have all been so excited to see. Following along with May 20th, there will be Battle of the Advisories, and to end the school year off really well, leadership created a Spirit Week that I will have more info for you in the next video. Following along with field trips, seniors attended the Giants game in San Francisco this past week, and they really enjoyed it. There's also another senior trip to the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk and to the Santa Cruz Hills to ride the Felton train, and that should be a really good experience for all of us. Following along with that, on a personal note, I'd like to thank SVCTE and anyone who let us attend it all year round. I feel like it's really prepared us for our pathways after graduation. We graduate on May 20th, and I'm extremely grateful and really excited. Thank you for listening to these announcements once again. Any questions or comments, feel free to let us
know. Is this our last meeting with the student board reps then? I didn't realize. I thought we'd get them.
No, we get them at the next meeting.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
They
good.
should all be here for their token of gratitude for the next meeting.
Oh, awesome. Okay, great. Then next we have reports from union presidents. So Amber, are you starting? I understand you have a multimedia presentation or something. Do we have anyone from CSEA here tonight? They are attending. You want CSEA to go first? And then, yeah, okay, let's do CSEA and then we'll queue up the things.
Hello, can you hear me all? I'm assuming you can. Okay, good evening, Santa Clara Unified Community and board members. My name is Cecilia Carrillo, and I am the CSCA Santa Clara Chapter 350 Secretary. We held our last chapter meeting on May 10th, and we were able to provide our members with information and benefits available from CalPERS, School First Credit Union, and from Union Plus. Our chapter is very excited to celebrate Classified School Employees Week, which is next week, May 15th through the 21st. This year, we are celebrating the theme, "We are classified, we bring it every day." And we're having a celebration on May 17th. We're also awarding 4 $1,000 scholarships to SUSD students on May 25th. And we're aiming to begin negotiations in the summer and are looking forward to work with the district. My last comment here would be, we are proud contributors towards California's future, and we strive every day to carry out our mission to improve the lives of our members, students, and communities. Thank you for your time.
I don't think it's on.
Oh, there it goes. Good evening. So we do have a teacher shout out to share from Santa Clara High School. And I'm going to share some photos and it's an overview of the 2021-22 school year. You can just kind of slide through them, Joe, thank you. So in fall 22, after taking the COVID year off, we were able to bring our marching band back and perform several band competitions around the Bay Area. With our competitive field theme of Star Trek, we were able to place in the top 5 at all our competitions throughout the season. In fall 2021, we had several opportunities to perform on and around the Santa Clara High campus at events like home football games, homecoming parade, concerts in the quad, and even occasional performances in the office for the staff members. In December of 2021, we were able to host our first in-person concert, winter concert, since COVID distance learning. This concert featured all 5 of our curricular ensembles, concert choir 1, concert choir 2, string orchestra, symphonic band, and symphonic band 2. In spring 2022, our winter guard was able to compete in 5 competitions, including the California Color Guard Circuit State Championships. They placed in top 3 in each of their performances. And I just want to thank Johnny Erdman, who is the music director at Santa Clara High, for these amazing photos. That's my favorite, sunset in the back. So just some of the amazing things that our teachers are doing on site every day. We also are excited to share that UTSC just granted our 70th Donors Choose project and funding in the classroom. It's an amazing thing that we just started this year. So 70 projects have now been funded. I'll let Johnny's slideshow. It's do justice on there. So in that competition, they placed top 3 in all their competitions. Thank you. Thanks, Joe. So with that, 2 weeks ago, we had National Teacher Appreciation. CTA actually recognizes May 11th yesterday as the Day of the Teacher. And so with that, I just want to thank all our members for everything they do. We're more than just teachers, classroom teachers. We have many different members, from counselors, psychologists, music teachers, PE in the regular classroom, special ed teachers, just the amazing things that they do every day. We've gone through 2 years of very challenging times, trying to end with something positive, but tonight we heard teachers are not feeling heard. Our members are not happy. And so how are we supporting our teachers to ensure that they're doing the best for our students? Because they are the ones in the front lines. They are the troops, as we affectionately refer to, making the difference for the students. And so if we're not empowering our people to do the best, then we're not empowering our students to receive the best from them. So we really need to be considering and looking at how we can move forward. What direction are we moving? And keeping everyone part of the conversation, and ensuring that we can always have these, like the earlier slideshow, support from, the teachers being able to share and express their best for their students. So I know it's a long night, and we appreciate district when there is support, but at this time, our people are not feeling it, and we've got to find a way to move forward in a way that our teachers do feel supported and are getting what they need in the classroom to do the work. With that, I'll end.
Thank you for the update. Next item is F.2, our COVID-19 update. Dr. Kemp, to you on our COVID-19 update.
Yes. So I'm going to give a few updates. We have a couple of folks who will get up and speak about the updates. I want to alert you first to SB 866, which was approved by the Senate Judiciary Committee last week on a 7-0 vote. This bill, if passed into law, will allow students 12 years old and older to decide whether to get vaccinated without requiring parental consent. The bill is now headed to the Senate for their consideration to vote into law. SB 1479 passed with a 5-2 vote, and if appropriated through the state budget, it imposes a number of requirements on local education agencies around COVID-19 testing. We're still determining whether and how this would change the weekly testing program currently administered in Santa Clara Unified School District in the 22-23 school year, and we'll keep the board and community informed as we learn more. SB 1479 will require each school district, LEA, to create a COVID-19 testing plan that is consistent with the guidance from the California Department of Public Health. It will require each LEA and each school site to designate staff member to report information on COVID-19 testing program. It will require the California Department of Public Health to coordinate COVID-19 testing programs in school districts or LEAs. And it would require the California Department of Public Health to provide supportive services to school districts and LEAs. There will be more following this, I'm sure. Now over to Jennifer.
And I'm, good evening, I'm providing the Santa Clara County Public Health Department update. So at the last meeting, we shared that there was updates coming through the Cal OSHA emergency temporary standards, and for Trustee Fairchild, you asked about some specifics, and so I'm happy to share with you the information that was shared with our COVID designees at this week's meeting with the county. The county did update their decision tree for K-12 or TK-12 schools and childcare on the 6th. And that was updated to align with the Cal OSHA standards. Our SUSD executive summary and our notices for staff are being updated, and we'll go into all of our district communications. There are no changes for students, as we've been sharing. That happened last month in the updates from April 6th. But here is specifically what's updated for staff. And it confirms what I shared last week, but I wanted to make sure that we shared exactly what was shared with our COVID designees this week. So the 4 points for staff are that there is no quarantine, regardless of vaccination status, for anyone who is exposed as a close contact. However, anyone who, of course, is symptomatic or test positive must isolate and contact their supervisor for further direction and for the county notices. All close contacts are treated the same. There is no differentiation between a household, a school-based, or a community-based close contact. So we used to have different decision trees based on close contact status, and now they're all treated the same. Regarding masking, staff who are close contacts, the difference for staff in the Cal OSHA requirements is that staff who are close contacts must mask for 10 days following their exposure. Whereas the CDPH and Santa Clara County guidance for students strongly recommends masking for students. Regarding testing, there is another difference there in the Cal OSHA requirements. Staff who are close contacts must test on days 3 through 5 following their exposure. And any unvaccinated staff who do not test, and that's the primary series vaccination, must test to return to work on days 4 through 10. And that's a Cal OSHA requirement. And again, in the state and county guidance for students, it's strongly recommended but not required for students who are close contacts. And then next, at the last board meeting, we shared updates on the increasing case rates in the state and the county. We shared that it looked like the curve, the spike was leveling off at that last meeting. However, over the weekend, we saw an additional spike in cases. What we're seeing now in the updated data is that the 7-day rolling average of new cases per day in our county is currently 665 cases per day, compared to 323 that we reported at the last board meeting, and 168 per day before spring break, just to provide some context. The total number of cases in our district last week was 90 students and 27 staff, compared to 81 students and 17 staff reported at the last board meeting. And the total for this week so far is 57 students and 10 staff. And for context, before spring break, the average was about 15 to 20 students per week and 3 to 5 staff per week. So we're going to continue to monitor this, and we're looking at these numbers also with our partners at our weekly kudos check-ins. So we're monitoring this with our labor partners as well. And we'll include that in this week's updates. And we join the Santa Clara County Public Health Department and our state in reminding the public that indoor masking is still strongly encouraged, especially as we're experiencing increased COVID rates. And with that, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Shield, who's going to share with you some updates about our testing programs.
Good evening. In regards to the concentric testing update, the FDA recently reevaluated its approach to COVID-19 testing. And under this new guidance, certain tests, including those administered by school districts, must have an emergency use authorization from or be approved and cleared by the FDA. In order to meet these new requirements in this guidance, Concentric had to shrink the maximum number of swabs that could be included in each of the testing pools, and this became effective on Monday the 9th. Prior to this change, we were allowed to have a maximum of 25 swabs in each vial, and now we can only have a maximum of 10 per vial. The impacts in the testing in our schools, because classes may now need to have more than 2 or more pooled tests per classroom instead of 1. This is similar to what some sites and departments did around the winter break. Some more information has been posted, and this again is due to a change in FDA guidelines. We are in the middle of prom season, and so indoor proms are allowed by CDPH and County Public Health and our schools. In order to reduce the risk of COVID-19 spreading in our schools and community as a result of indoor proms, The district is providing each high school with at-home rapid antigen tests to distribute to students planning to attend the indoor proms. Each test kit has 2 tests, enough for the student and their guest. The testing will be the same type that we've used for the breaks. It's not required, but strongly encouraged. Students will be encouraged to test the day before or the day of their event, and any positive results must be reported to the school. Finally, in regards to expiration dates on the COVID tests, you may have noticed that those over-the-counter tests have an expiration date on the packaging. But we have good news. The California Department of Public Health has stated its endorsement for the emergency use of these over-the-counter tests beyond their stated expiration dates. So this endorsement applies to all FDA authorized over-the-counter tests, but continue to follow the expiration date on your gallon of milk. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Stan.
Thank you. Well, unlike the stock market, the student attendance rate has been holding steady at 94%. And our independent study program is also stable, currently with 87 students in grades K through 5, 43 students in grades 6 through 8, and 47 in high school for a total enrollment of 177. That's a change of 2 students from last time.
Okay, we have a few questions, so we'll start with Trustee Ratterman.
Yeah, Dr. Kemp, and you may not know this, but the 2 mandated testing requirements, has anybody looked at that reference to Proposition 1A that was passed 10 years ago or so? It required the state to fund unfunded mandates for local LEAs?
Oh, I see Marcus chuckling over there, so I think he probably be better poised to answer that question.
Walk precincts to get that passed. I haven't seen a great deal of benefit so far.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring that up, because when they came out with Senate Bill 1479 that Dr. Kemp alluded to earlier, it's very clearly written in there that this would be a mandate, and the impact of this only becomes effective if there is funding allocated to it. So that's why we've been getting a lot of questions. What are we going to do in regards to testing? We're waiting for guidance from the state, because if they don't fund Senate Bill, first of all, it's only passed the Senate. It hasn't gone to the other house, hasn't been signed by the governor. And even if it were, if there's no funding, it's really not effective. And so that's what we're waiting for in regards to all of that. And that directly ties back to what you referred to in 1A.
Actually, some good news for change. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Trustee Fairchild.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm grateful that we're down to 1 decision tree. I just have to say, that's great news. I had a hard time keeping all those other ones straight. I have a question regarding the expiration date. Is it 3 months past? Is it 6 months past? I have a stockpile.
Indefinite.
Indefinite.
Indefinite until otherwise heard.
Okay. All right.
So keep
Good to know.
stockpiling.
That means they don't know yet.
I too threw away 16 test kits, with 8 double kits.
Yeah.
Because they were expired. So then I heard the news.
Well, I have some if anyone needs some. Thank you.
I wish I'd known. I just picked some up at Kaiser today. Kaiser Pharmacy has some in stock today.
You can also get them free from Kaiser.
Yeah, it was free. Yeah. I have a question about planning for next year around the concentric testing and the independent study. Are those both continuing as we have been doing them, or is there a change in plans for next year?
We do have plans for the independent study program, and we're working on staffing that. Right now, we're getting parents to commit their intention to return to the independent study program. Regarding Concentric is currently funded from a grant from the state, and we're hearing that this grant will run out at the end of this school year. So that's why the advocacy efforts have been for school districts to work with the California Department of Public Health to have them do the lift on the testing. So that's why we're awaiting this information from them. Many school districts have had to implement testing systems in a variety of different ways. And so we are awaiting direction from the California Department of Public Health regarding what their direction will be for school districts going into the fall.
Okay, so the grant was a state grant, is that right?
Yes, a state
And
grant.
we're not doing any planning until we get further direction.
We're waiting for direction from the California Department of Public Health. It likely will be direction that's given out to all school districts across California.
Any other questions on this item? Okay. Okay, then next we have public comment on unagendized items. This is a time to speak on something that is not on our agenda. I don't have any slips. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on an unagendized item? Yes, okay, so then there's a little blue piece of paper just up, or is it blue? Yeah, blue, white. Thank you, Karen. If you could fill that up and bring it up and so that we can have you speak. Okay, and I'll read our reminders. I want to remind the public that the board has a policy on civility, policy 1310.1 on civility states, this policy promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of the district, as well as the community, Santa Clara Unified encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks the public's cooperation with this endeavor. The public should note that while we value and want to receive public feedback, board members are prohibited by state law from commenting on, discussing, or taking action on items that are not on the meeting's agenda and that are brought up during unagendized comments. The board may refer the commenter to a staff member or other resources for factual information, ask staff to report back to the board at a subsequent meeting concerning any matter, or take action directing staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda. Okay, so if you Brunette Lux, why don't you come on up to the podium up here and speak into the microphone?
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
Mr. Lux, you'll have 2 minutes. There's a
Minutes?
timer up here.
Okay. My name is Brunette Lux, known in the track industry as Coach B. I've been a part of Umoja Track Club since 2001. We've been a partner with Santa Clara High School. So we have athletes, students from Santa Clara, and kids from the community and others outside the community with our track program. And so I've been working with the principal for all these years. And so this year things have changed. So I'm just trying to go through the correct channels to hopefully get our program back to the track where we can train our kids the correct way on all weather surface and long jump pits that has actual sand in it and all those type of things. So, you know, the charge for the track was just out of our reach. You know, I was told it was going to be $300 an hour. So I'm here just hopefully to work out something where we fit in probably the tier 3 or tier 2, where we're at the $30 an hour. We don't mind that. We can raise the funds for it. We've always done fundraisers to take care of those type of things. So we've created and built great athletes. I have a kid that started with Umoja. He does high jump. He went to Georgia and he just tied the world mark this year of 7 feet 6.5. So these are the type of things that we do out there. We've had kids go to Stanford, Katie Nims, Harvard, you know, so there's a lot of kids doing a lot of great things. My kids went to Wilcox High School. My last one, he went to a different school, but through all this stuff, he's got himself a full ride scholarship to Fresno State. He plays football there. So we want to continue to help our youth and our kids. Some of these kids don't have nowhere to go. There's some of them 6, 7, 8 years old. They don't have any program but us. So you guys have a great program sitting in there, Santa Clara, that is known around United States of what we do. So we would hope to keep that going with you guys. So I'm just trying to go through the correct channels to make it feasible for us to get back to the facility that we know. And then, and I also am a coach at Santa Clara. I coach the hurdles, I coach the high jump, and I coach long jump and triple jump. So
Okay.
I put a lot of time into Santa Clara Unified School District here. So thank you
Thank
guys
you.
for hearing me.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Kemp, I know that I had heard about this earlier and I raised it to you. Do you have any comments or anything you want to say about this item?
Now, Mr. Shield has been in contact with Coach B, and we received some documents today regarding the program that he serves. So we're evaluating those right now. He's working with Mr. Shield. So it's in progress.
Okay, great. So next person is it Matija Gorick? You can come on up to the mic. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening.
Can you raise the mic up? You're a little tall. There we go.
Sure.
So that the people out in the world can hear you.
Sure, yeah. Thanks for having me. I'll be short. Just wanted to give support to Coach B. I have 4 kids in Umoja, one of them national champion last year, the rest of them in top 8 in the nation. And it's been pretty hard on them to just figure out where to train, how to train and all that. So we have a pretty good program. All kids are national level athletes with pretty good futures, and they're all local kids, so local high schools, local middle schools. So you're looking at a pretty good talent coming up, and I think that that's not something to disregard. So if there's anything that can be done, that would be awesome, and looking forward to more years of running track in this county. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I know our president already said it, but the board can't respond to it directly. But obviously you've heard that actions being taken, and you most definitely have been heard. It's just we're not allowed to speak to it because it's unagendized.
Okay, and next one is Margaret Demarest.
Hello, my name is Margaret Demarest, and I have been a coach at Santa Clara High School for probably the last 10, 15 years. I stopped coaching there when Coach B came to coach because he's the best coach I've ever seen. I was the hurdle coach before him. Mojo has been there for over 20 years. They've worked with us. Their kids are great. They're very respectful. They're very dedicated. It's really disappointing that they have not been able to use the track so far this year because like they need a track where they can actually practice hurdles, long jump, different events. My nephew is now on the track team. This is the first year he's been there, and it's been great for him. He's a little socially awkward, and he just has a family now and a team and support. And I would hate to see this track team, this age group track team, because that's what it is, from 7-year-old through high school. Obviously the high school kids can't be on the track team during our season, but afterwards they are. But I would hate to see this team go somewhere else because they don't have a track in Santa Clara that they can use, that they need to practice on. So I really would appreciate if you guys consider it, and they cannot afford $300 an hour. Question?
President Muirhead,
Yeah, go ahead.
you're finished, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Obviously I can't comment on this because it's not agendized. I also don't know anything about Umoja, although I know some of the people speaking. But I would like to see us agendize the issue of our fees for facility uses. There have been a number of them that have come up where I believe the fact that they're accepting money is putting them in an untenable position, and they're really providing a valuable service to our community. So I would like to see us put on the agenda to take another look at our fee structure for facility uses. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you to the speakers. And it sounds like our staff has been in contact, so I hope that we can get this worked out. Mr. Shield, did you have anything else that you wanted to say on that item?
I was just going to say, as part of our process, we annually review our fees, and it's currently scheduled to come to the board in the next board meeting.
Terrific. Does that include looking at the, how the categories are made, that sort of thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's really fast response. Thank you.
You wish every item could have that quick response. Okay, it is 10:25, and so I'm looking for a motion to extend our meeting past 10:30, as board policy says. And I'm wondering if, Dr. Kemp, we can skip all of the information items tonight? Is there any of those that needs to happen tonight? I know some of them we've put off already. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask, do we want to, which one, do you want to work together to figure out which one we're going to bring back?
So I would like to make a comment on that, President Muirhead. The response to board member request updated mod severe staffing ratios. I'm actually surprised it came back as an information item because what initiated that was an attempt to actually implement the staffing, and they said, we need to come back and give you the information for the numbers. And I would actually like to see us take action. I don't know if we can since it's under information item, but if it does come back, if we don't do it now, and it does come back, I want it as an action item. And I'm concerned about the timing because I don't think. if
Right, so
do
maybe
act,
we,
there might
maybe we need to talk about that one tonight. And I know that the discussion item N1, we probably need to do that one tonight about the joint powers. Yeah, okay. So we're going to need some time for those. So we probably have about an hour and a half.
So we're getting rid of M1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, but keeping M5.
Right, and then I'll talk with the superintendent about whether we bring those back at a future meeting or if it's sufficient for you, for everyone. Some of them were just reports, so I don't know that we need to bring them back. I know professional learning you wanted to present, but I don't know if we need the presentation. If everyone, if we want the presentation, I'll definitely have it come back.
Which one?
Professional learning.
We've put it off once already, and I feel bad for Miss Allard because she sat through all these meetings, right? So you're okay? All right, then I'm okay with it if she is.
Are you okay with not doing the presentation at all? Since you, I mean, you gave us the report. Do you want to do the presentation at the next meeting? Okay, let me, I'll work on that one. And then the Williams Valenzuela, do we need to acknowledge that we're seeing that report tonight, or can we just like?
Do we have anything to report for Williams Valenzuela?
Okay, then we'll just do that one real quick when we get to it. Okay, so we're leaving M.5 and 6, and we will push out or skip the first 4. So can I get a motion to extend till midnight?
Motion to extend till midnight, Rotterman.
Second, Fairchild.
Okay, then we will do a roll call vote on that one. Trustee Canova,
Say yes.
just say yes.
No.
No? Okay. Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez. Is a thumbs up? Because he's in a, what do you call it? An earlier time zone. Trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Because that would be
Can I just
3
get a
a.m.
thumbs up or a thumbs down?
Can I speak, please?
Sorry, just 1 second.
Go ahead and talk.
Go ahead and speak, Trustee Ryan.
Okay, I just want to say that would be 3 a.m. where I am now. I'm not sure I can hang on that long. So for that reason, I'm voting no.
Okay, and I say yes. So that passes 5-2 with trustees Canova and Ryan against. Okay, thank you. Then we are finished unagendized. Oh, we need to go out. Sorry, I forgot. We need to go out to Zoom for our unagendized items. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Rico to handle that.
I wouldn't have let you forget. Okay, so we have some members on Zoom that want to speak on unagendized comments, I'll call on you in the order that your hands are raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on screen to help you moderate your comment. And at 2 minutes, we will need to move on to the next speaker in order to ensure equitable speak time. Our first speaker is Viola Smith, and you should be prompted to unmute.
All right. Hi, good evening, trustees and Dr. Kemp. I was asked to read a statement on behalf of employee who did not feel safe to read this themselves. So I'm reading this on this person's behalf. It says, I have been with the district for almost 18 years and am an alumni of SUSD. This is the first time that I've spoken at a board meeting. I feel compelled to speak up tonight. Over the past few board meetings, I've observed that this board has not enforced our board policy on civility. Reading it out loud is not enough. The civility policy needs to be enforced. The civility policy states, in the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. Difference of opinion, important policy matters, and other challenges to our district are all fair game, but the personal attacks need to end. Unfortunately, the Santa Clara way is bullying until you get what you want. For the sake of our students and our community, let's work together instead of tearing each other apart. The bullying and harassment of our district leaders must stop. Foundations of attitude and behavior, collaborating with someone that you disagree with is the best way to make change and work together. You do not need to be aggressive and vindictive in order to get your point across. Going back to the civility policy, in the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children, the public addressing the board and staff should put themselves in the shoes of the person they are about to publicly vilify and ask, am I doing what is best for the children and staff, or what is best to make me feel better? I have trust and confidence that Dr. Kemp is the leader we need to keep moving our school district into the future. I hope the board members will step up and cease the discreditable behavior that we have been witnessing. That was it.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Corey Ghaffari.
Good evening, board members. I'm going to talk really fast to try to get all of my thoughts out as I read to you. I am school principal at Westwood and a 25-year veteran in the school district, parent at Pomeroy for 7 years of a child in 4th grade over there. Santa Clara has always been a forward-thinking, inclusive, equity-minded district, and I believe we still are at our core in our hearts. But I have felt really discouraged in the last 2 years that the decisions appear to be made based on public appeal one time in a board meeting from a small group of well-organized and well-intentioned parents representing the same issue, instead of on master planning and a view of the whole district seeking all input long-term. I've listened time and time again to ideas and plans that staff have spent many hours agonizing over be altered or turned in a completely different direction because of comments in a board meeting. I'm a numbers gal, math coach. Data represents people, students, constituents. We are currently spending so much time, money, and resources on a single constituency in our meetings. These people who are able to apply for open enrollment and deliver their students across the district to go to a choice school. By the way, district employee here, have my child in open enrollment. I choose Pomeroy. That's where he's been. Open enrollment hurts Title I in smaller schools in ways that I don't think we've considered. The parents who can and choose to apply to leave. Smaller schools lose classrooms because of those students leaving. The 800 numbers that were talked about last week aren't extra students who are coming out of the woodwork. They're going to come from existing schools, possibly even closing a smaller neighborhood school, one that many of our Title I students need to walk to. Here we are with a decision about what to do with the bonds money and our Laurelwood school. We've seen the data. There are not 800 students in the area. Let's just look to open enrollment, the board says. If you build it, they will come. But if you're building for 250 students who do not exist right now,
Ms. Ghaffari, I'm sorry.
in other schools.
Ms. Ghaffari, we hit the 2 minutes. We do need to move on. You can share your comment with the board at public-comments@susd.net, and we'll make sure that gets over to the board tonight. Our next speaker is Gwen Schneider. You should be prompted to unmute. Ms. Schneider, we had the same issues that we were experiencing earlier when you tried to make a public comment. So our tech department will put a slide up on the screen where you can call in and use your phone by calling at 669-900-9128. And of course, you can email the board at public-comment@susd.net and they will receive your comment tonight. And President Muirhead, that was the final comment.
Okay, thank you. And I'll keep an eye on that public comment. We're going to approve consent items, and then if that person's called back in, we'll go back out for that call. Okay, next item, actually, before we get to consent, is our public comment on agendized items. So this is a chance to speak on an item that is on the agenda, but you don't wish to wait until the item comes up. So is there anyone in the room who wants to speak on an agendized item? Okay. And I don't see anyone on the Zoom, then we'll move on. I'll take a motion to.
Motion to approve consent, Rotterman.
Second, Lieberman.
Okay, we have a motion from trustee Ratterman, a second from trustee Lieberman. We're doing all roll call votes. So trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez. Is trustee Gonzalez on the Zoom? Oh, there he is, thumbs up. Okay, thank you. Trustee Lieberman.
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. And I say yes, so that passes 7-0. Okay. and-
President Muirhead, I don't want to give these resolutions short shift, but is there any way we can approve? They're all really good, they're all really important, but the first four, at least the first four, is a single roll call vote. If you
The
want.
first four or the first
Five.
five?
First five would be
First
fine.
five. Okay, yeah, we can do them all as one.
Move to approve J
well,
1
I
through
think-
5.
Trustee
Second.
Ratterman, were you trying to make the first there?
She's can do it, I don't care.
Okay.
I just want to move.
Sure, thank you, appreciate that. Okay, so I have a motion from trustee Fairchild, a second from trustee Ratterman. This is for resolution, I'm just going to read them so people know what we have. Resolution 2217, which is May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Resolution 2218, May as Foster Care Awareness Month. Resolution 2219, May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Resolution 22-20, May as Jewish American Heritage Month. And Resolution 22-25, calling for climate change action to protect students and their families. That's the one that we had the students come speak to us last time. So any comments or questions? I am not going to read the resolution.
You're the one who voted no on
We
midnight.
want to get out before midnight. Is there any public comment on any of these? Okay, nothing on the Zoom. Great, then motion from trustee Fairchild, second from trustee Ratterman. Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez? Yes. Trustee Lieberman?
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Those are thumbs up. And I say yes. So that is, that whole group passes 7-0. Thank you. Then item 6 is the expansion of scope and membership of the LGBTQIA++ group.
Motion to approve the recommendation.
Second. Sorry, Bonnie.
That's okay. I don't care. Okay. Any comments or questions about this item? Okay. Any public comment? I don't see any public comment online. Okay, then we will go ahead and vote on this one. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez? There's a thumbs up. Trustee Lieberman?
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
There's a thumbs up. And I also say yes, so that passes 7-0. Moving right along, K.1, side letter agreement between Santa Clara Unified School District and the United Teachers of Santa Clara to extend release time for the UTSC president.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second.
Okay, so
I see smiles in the back row.
somebody is excited. We have a motion, was that by trustee Radman?
Yes.
Second by trustee Lieberman, to approve. Any comments or questions? Any public comment? Somebody not want the job? No? Okay. The old president does not want the job. Will indicate such. And is there any, no comment on the Zoom? Okay. Then we will do a roll call vote on this item. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez has a thumbs up. Trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan
No.
Thumbs
has
down.
a no. Okay. And I say yes, so that passes 6-1 with trustee Ryan voting against. The next item is K.2, side letter agreement between Santa Clara Unified School District and CSEA Chapter 350 to extend the release time for the CSEA chapter president.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from trustee Radman and a second by trustee Lieberman. Do we have any comments on the board? Any comments in the room? Any comments on Zoom? Seeing none, then we will go ahead and vote. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez has a thumbs up. Trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan
Yes.
has a thumbs up. And I also give it a thumbs up. So that passes 7-0. Next item is I.1, consideration of the waiver of administrative hearing regarding student 051222A.1.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Fairchild.
We have a motion.
And isn't
From-
that L.1, not I.1?
It is L.1, my mistake. Sorry about that. So we have a motion from trustee Ratterman and a second from trustee Fairchild. I don't need to read that. It's just. Any comments or questions from the board or the room or the Zoom? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and do a roll call. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez has a thumbs up. Trustee Lieberman,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan has a thumbs up. And I also say yes. So that passes 7-0. Great. So we are skipping items M1, 2, 3, and 4. So we are up to item M.5, response to board member request updated mod/severe staffing ratios. And I will just say this is coming from the March 24th meeting, where we made a motion to bring back with actual numbers for next year in May, which it is, and look at 1 to 3 ratios in mod severe classes by adding paras or teachers. So those were my notes. Is
I
that,
want to ask the board president, since this was agendized instead of as an action item, as an information item, is this something we can act on?
yes, if we find that we need to take action, we have that ability to do it.
Thank you.
And my apologies, it was asked of me to change it to an information/action, and I got distracted, so that didn't happen for this meeting.
Thank you.
Dr. Kemp or?
Yes, good evening, trustees. So we're bringing this information back to you. And I want to thank Kathy Alamise and Mark Shield for working on this presentation. So we have numbers and updates for you. Any questions?
No. I'd like to make a motion that we approve 8-1 on the mod severe.
Second.
Sorry, I wasn't ready for you. I was still thinking. Okay, so we have a motion, trustee Ratterman, and a second from trustee Fairchild to change it from 9-1, because we'd said, or 9-3, wait a minute, sorry.
It was originally 10-1, which is going to go to 8-1.
We had 9-3.
We had 9 to 3 at the
Yes.
last meeting was the motion.
So for every 9, if we can go up to 9 students, we would have 3 adults in the room. That's what the direction that we gave last time was, a 1-to-3 ratio.
They gave us 3 scenarios in this presentation. They gave us 10 students to 1 teacher, 9 students to 1 teacher, and 8 students to 1 teacher. And Trustee Ratterman just gave the motion to go with the 8-to-1.
So maybe we can bring that slide up. Is that possible?
It's a report. It's not a slide. It should be attached though, yeah.
Yeah, my memory is there's no difference in cost. There is a significant cost to this. There's no difference in cost between 9 and 8. It's both 1.3 million.
So it's not a 9-to-1, it's a max of 9 students per classroom. Is that right?
Yes,
So I want to get the language right. That
but the ask was 9
The
and
ask-
someone mentioned 8
Yes.
prior to leaving. So I did 10, 9 and 8.
Thank you for your thoroughness.
This is item M.5.
So if you'd like, while we're waiting for that to come up, I've been contacted by, I think, just about every Mod Severe teacher in the district. The CTA recommendation for Mod Severe is at 8-to-1. The cost differential.
Sorry,
between
can you not use the term 8-to-1 because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a max of 8 students per class.
max of 8 students, staffing level of no more than 8 students per teacher. And that is the CTA recommendation. There is no differential in cost between the two, at least based on the report that we first got at both 1.3 million. The piece that has been missing from me this entire time has to do with what is right for the students and making sure that the students stay safe, as well as that our teachers stay safe. We have had an uptick in injuries, and so that's why I'm going this direction.
So I seconded.
And do I have the wording right that it's a max of 8 students per teacher, still with the idea that that means 2 other adults?
Right.
Yes, that's correct. We still have the 2 paras.
Yes, it's true.
And there's 8. And the total number of teachers, it went up 1 when you went from 10 down to 9, but it stayed the same when you went from 9 to 8. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you're right, there's no cost difference, same number of teachers. Okay, any other comments or questions about
But
this
there-
item?
I just want to point out to the board that there are costs that are not calculated in here, such as to make you aware that we would be setting up additional classrooms. And so we would have an additional classroom at Hayman, another in elementary, another one location yet to be determined, a classroom at Doncalajon, another middle school class in a site to be determined.
I thought you were already having to set those up for 9 students.
Determined.
I thought you were already having to set those up for 9 students.
Yeah, but know that there are, for example, the ones where it says TBD, that's going from 10 to 9 to 8. So wherever there's a TBD, the new class at the bottom on the elementary page.
That means a new site
It's a
as well as
new site.
paras.
Yeah.
The para cost isn't on there either.
Yeah. So the pairs are not included in these new ones. So it's more than 1.3 mil. Just want to make the board aware that there are other costs that are not calculated into this report, which is will show up in the budget.
But I'm still trying, it's the same number, yeah, it's the same number of classes, whether you're doing 9 or 8, same number of classes, you still have to have 1 teacher and 2 paras. So I'm
true.
not understanding what additional costs there's going to be if you go from 9 down to 8.
Setting up a classroom,
But you're already setting up that classroom.
furniture. I know, no, I'm not saying the difference between
It's the
9 and
difference,
8.
right? It's the difference from
10.
10.
10 to
Yes.
9.
10
But
to
we've
9.
already
Yes.
given direction to go to
Yes.
9.
Yes,
So
correct.
if we were to drop it down to 8, there's no difference in cost. It's the same
That's-
number
but-
of classes.
Right, that's correct.
the challenge is the facilities and the paraprofessional cost isn't wrapped up into that. That's what.
We-
should-
But it's not changing between 9 and 8.
It is not.
Yeah, okay.
We have declining enrollment, so there should be plenty of space.
Well, and we have to add those classrooms whether we do 9 or 8.
So can we vote?
Trustee Fairchild has her hand up.
So I appreciate the thoroughness of this report and doing 8, 9, and 10. That was a surprise. What I feel is missing in this conversation is what was kind of alluded to is what is best for kids. And as everyone who has been in this boardroom this year knows, we have gotten a lot of feedback. And I would say personal feedback from nearly every special ed teacher in the moderate severe programs and concerned about their kids, not meeting their kids' needs. We have in some of our classes just too many children, and we've had injuries. We've had a year, and what we want to do is do something positive to give you the opportunity to affect a positive change for these students. It may not seem, if you look at a typically developing child, that 2 kids would make that big of a difference. But when you're talking about mod severe, 2 kids is the difference oftentimes between people staying in the career or leaving the career. I used to teach mod severe every summer. And unless you have been it and done it, it's really hard to imagine how difficult it is. And I was only doing it 4 hours a day, and I would need a nap. It's so draining. And I want to make sure we've heard this. This isn't we've heard it from general ed teachers who've come and talked along with them. And this is these kids, we're talking about them, we're talking about their learning environment, and we can do better. And I'm excited you have a board that sounds like they want to.
Okay, any other comments? I'm looking, is there any public
My
comment?
hand is raised.
Okay, I believe we have some public comment.
My
on
hand
the
is
Zoom,
raised.
so, Ms. Rico?
Can anyone hear me? My
Dr.
hand is
Ryan has her
raised.
hand raised.
Then why don't we do trustee Ryan's comment first? Go ahead, trustee Ryan.
Hi, thank you. So, you know, especially since there's not much cost difference between 9 and 10, I'm generally in favor of this. However, just as a procedure, this was listed as an information item, not an action item. So, given the late hour and the fact that we're, you know, I would have expected if we were taking action, we would be having a larger presentation with some more information. I'm uncomfortable with the idea that things are there as an information item and that we move them to action. Just wanted to make that point noted, and that it is, you know, 11 p.m. It's 2 a.m. here. It's very late.
You need to clarify before we go out for public comment?
Well, when I saw this was listed as information, I immediately emailed Dr. Kemp, Jody, President Muirhead, sorry, and Ms. Burrell about changing it to information action. Immediately, it was either Friday or Saturday. There was a lot going on. It got dropped off. That happens, but our agenda with the what I was assured with 2 days ago was because of the caveat that we have on our agenda, we are able to take action as our attorney has let us know. So I tried to make sure this was listed as information action because it had come to us not only in March, but also in February. So anyway, I tried.
I appreciate that. Okay, we're going to go out to public comment on the Zoom.
So we'll have a 2-minute timer on screen to help you moderate your comments. And our first commenter is Amy Garvita.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Amy Garvita, and I'm a special education teacher. I have a moderate disabilities education specialist teaching credential. The district's decisions involving our moderate to severe programs have not been student-centered. They've been centered on money. At a board meeting 2 months ago, the district shared that implications of lowering our program's class sizes to the teacher preferred 8:1 ratio would lead to higher furniture costs. That's still being talked about today. An embarrassing and disheartening public disclosure made by district leadership. At a board meeting 1 month ago, it was revealed that a moderate to severe credentialed teacher was paid a stipend that was 20% less than her mild to moderate credentialed counterpart because she was a teacher of students who are not on a diploma track. This was a shocking and shameful comment reportedly made by our leadership. The district made it clear in these public revelations that saving money was more important than bettering our programs. Our students were being seen as less. How would you feel if you were their parents? We teachers have put ourselves in vulnerable positions by speaking out at these meetings. It should not take this much work to give our students an equitable learning experience. I'm asking leadership to stop treating students in our special education programs as less than their worth. Money should not be a factor in supporting our students. They should be included in district plans and be given equitable access to funding. It shouldn't take teachers and paraeducators forward pleading with you to give our students a chance. It's time the district keeps students in our special education programs at the forefront. Our moderate to severe programs need more individualized attention and an improved learning environment. This starts by urgently giving our programs the lowest class sizes possible for the upcoming school year, which is the rightmost column of the moderate to severe analysis document. A max of 8 students or lower per class is desperately, desperately, desperately needed. We are waiting, please. Our students deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And President Muir, that was the only comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there other comments on the board here in the room? Trustee Ryan, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just meant to add, I understand that there was, I appreciate there was an effort made to make it, and I know that we have the caveat on our agenda. I just think our practice generally is to go through a tiered process and to have it come as an information item. While yes, we can certainly move it to action, it's just not the process we should be following.
Okay, thank you. I'm mostly doing this because of it's getting towards the end of the school year and we need to get ready for next year already. So we have a motion on the floor from Trustee Ratterman, a second from Trustee Fairchild to max out our mod severe classes at 8 students per teacher, along with 2 para educators. We'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Canova.
Yes, we do. We should have a tiered process, although it was pointed out this has come to us multiple times. So really, in effect, it has gone through a tiered process. Really, in effect. So I will vote yes.
Okay, Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez. Is a thumbs up. Trustee Lieberman.
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
I'm going to abstain.
Can you turn on her mic?
I'm abstaining because of process.
Okay. Thank you. And I say yes. So that passes 6-0, 1 abstention. That would be Trustee Ryan. Okay. Next item is thank you very much. M.6 Williams Valenzuela quarterly report. Is there anything on the Williams Valenzuela quarterly report? Nope. Any comments or questions? Anyone? Okay, then we will move right along to N.1, discussion about the possible formation of a new joint powers authority for municipal advisory services. Mr. Sheila, you are queued up
I know you've all been anxiously awaiting this conversation.
with bated breath.
I wouldn't go quite that far. So the district has this very unique opportunity that is facing us. California Government Code permits public agencies to create and or join a joint powers authority to exercise common philosophies or power that exist to all of them. Typically, you join a joint powers authority to gain either operational efficiencies and or financial savings due to economies of scale. Currently, the district is already a member of 4 different JPAs. The Santa Clara Schools Insurance Group, which we are a member of for our property and liability insurance, including vehicle insurance. Self-insurance Schools of California, or SISC, we are a member of for our employee health and welfare benefits. Silicon Valley Joint Powers Transportation Authority is a number of districts all up in the Silicon Valley that have pooled together for transportation services specifically related to special ed students. And then the South Bay area, I'm sorry, I got these backwards. The first one is for workers' compensation. The last one, South Bay area, is for our property and liability insurance.
And there is another JPA that we're part of.
I'm sorry, and yes, Metro Ed, I forgot about that one as well. So 5. So over the past several years, a group of public agencies have explored the possibility of forming a JPA specifically for the expertise in financial matters, including what we are commonly referred to as municipal advisory services. I'm not going to read this, but the JPA would be established for specifically those duties, and that is in the draft bylaws and document that was created by the original public agencies that were talking about this. For more than 30 years, we've received our expert financial services, specifically municipal advisory services, from an organization and a company called Government Financial Strategies, Lori Ranieri and her firm, specifically for specializing financial analysis, planning and implementing the financial transactions, and assisting with related securities market analysis. I mentioned earlier that several public agencies have been exploring these conversations, and I've put the other 6 agencies that have been discussing this over the last several years on the screen. I am very familiar with the CBO at Capistrano Unified, the Kern County Superintendent of Schools. It's a different name, but basically that's the Kern County Office of Education. They currently oversee 2 different JPAs right now as well. The Schools Insurance Authority is also a JPA in and of itself. So it just gives you a little bit of background of those. We became aware of this about a month ago. So while these other agencies have been talking about it over the last several years, I got called and immediately called Dr. Kemp, and we became aware of this over the last about month and a half. So what's the new concept? The new concept is that a JPA would be created to provide expert financial services to the member districts. And if we decided to move forward, we would be one of those member districts, as well as to potentially provide other services as well. And so while the initial thought is municipal advisory services, there's the possibility that it could provide other services to the member districts as well. If we were to move forward, we would be one of the original 7 member districts. We would be considered a founding member. And by being a founding member, we would be granted 1 seat on the board of directors. And according to bylaws, that board of directors would, I would sit on the board of directors. I should point out that I currently sit on the board of directors for 2 of the other 4 JPAs that I mentioned earlier. The board of directors would then start determining the next steps in regards to how it would obtain and provide those expert financial services to those member districts. The tentative timeline is that the member districts would all take action to form the JPA on or before June 30th. That would then allow the board of directors to begin its work starting July 1, 2022, in order to be fully operational by January 1st, 2023. The one question that I would expect you to ask is, what does this mean in regards to our debt issue that we are planning in fall of 2022? Absolutely nothing. That process is already in place, and so we would continue to do that process as we are currently doing it with Government Financial Strategies. Do we have other options? Yes. We could choose to not join as a founding member, allow the founding members to join, then we could just join as a regular member. The one bad thing about that is if you're going to join, you might as well go ahead and join as a founding member rather than just being a member, because then you have a voice as to how the JPA is going to run. So that's one potential option. The other potential option is that we could choose to evaluate all of our options. And that is that we could also choose to issue an RFP or an RFQ for other municipal advisor firms and allow them to also bid for our services as well. I should point out that that is an industry recognized practice that has been identified by the Government Finance Officers Association. I've put that information on the screen for you. If we were to move forward with this, what would be the next steps? The next steps is we would just need direction from the board to go ahead and whether to proceed or not. If we receive that direction, the plan would be to bring the appropriate board actions and resolutions to the board for approval at the May 26th board meeting. If we are to proceed as just a member district rather than a founding member district, then the actions wouldn't be taken until around July 2022. In our case, since we are dark in July, it would probably be in August. And if we are not going to join the JPA as a member, then somewhere around November, December, we would start the RFQ process for municipal advisory services in order to be ready to go with a new firm effective January 1, 2023. So with that, questions?
I see trustee Canova, trustee Ratterman, and then myself.
Wait, so I'll just get to where I'm at on this.
Can you get a little closer? To the mic?
Lori and her firm has really served our district so effectively well for so long. I don't support this. So this is one member of the board that does not support this. I'm very familiar with JPAs. You know, as you know, I was involved with the for many years. And JPAs, how shall I describe it, is such a wonky, ineffective governance model. And when you have a room filled with multiple districts or multiple superintendents or multiple CBOs, it's like having too many cooks in the kitchen. I don't think this district's best interest will be served in this JPA. I'm only one of 7, but I don't support this.
And Mr. Shield, can you comment on Lori and her firm? Yeah.
What I can tell you is that Lori endorses this JPA and that she would probably, there are indications that she may be a part of this JPA. I can't speak more about that because obviously that is a direction that would have to be decided by the board of directors. But I will tell you that Lori has been a part of the planning of this with the other 6 member districts. And she is, if she were here, she would tell you that she supports this.
If the rest of the board is inclined to learn more of this, I would appreciate her being here to explain that.
Yeah, and so I have some questions about obligations created by the JPA. So usually when you join the JPA, you're expected to use the services and you're not free to go out and use alternative services. So that's one thing I'd want to know. So if we get in the JPA and whatever they're offering, which is actually my second question, what is the advantage to the JPA? We've heard that the theoretical advantage is consolidation, lower costs, higher efficiency, et cetera. But in the real world, does that actually translate to that? Because in this case, you're going to be, part of this would be going out to bid on selling bonds, et cetera. It's a market rate thing. It's not going to change. So it'd be the cost of the offering, you know.
Issuance costs.
Right. So issuance costs, great phrasing. So those are some questions I would want to see answered before. Also, there was a last comment on there. Well, if we don't join, well, then we'd have to go out for an RFP. And I'm not sure why we would have to go out for an RFP. We might choose to or want to, but I wouldn't know that that would be a necessity unless there's something that I don't understand. In other words, if we wanted to just do the same thing we've been doing, could we continue with the current path? Or is there something forcing us or pushing us to go out for an RFP if we don't want to? So those are sort of my questions.
I can answer some of those. I think actually I can answer all of those. So the commitment to the JPA, according to the draft bylaws, is that there would be a 3-year commitment. So there would be a 3-year commitment to join and a $5,000 annual fee. That $5,000 annual fee would be applied to any services received by the district. Because of the amount of work that we have and our debt portfolio, we would spend more than the $5,000. So the $5,000 is almost like a prepayment towards services that you would ultimately end up rendering. Our JPAs Trustee Canova, with all due respect. JPAs, while wonky, as you said, I'll quote you, I see them as an effective management organization. Again, as I said, I have sat on 2 of those boards, so I get to see how those operate. I've seen how those individuals come together. In fact, I was in a meeting earlier today discussing this very same thing on one of our boards. And where we do work together for the benefit of all of the member districts rather than the individual member district. And as the result of that, we are able to achieve financial savings. Most recent.
And I don't want to debate you and I don't want to step on you, but
May-
just very, very quickly,
Can we let him finish?
finish. I want to interject something. Yes, finish.
Most recently, as the result of the analysis that we did with our health and welfare benefits, we were able to join a JPA, and as a result of that, save our employees a significant amount of costs as the result of moving to a JPA and also improving benefits at the same point in time. We've also been able to do that with our property and liability insurance and also our workers' compensation as well. And so I do believe that over time that there will be a savings that has been achieved by joining a JPA like this.
And I'll just interject that when a JPA is done where the members are honoring the language of the JPA, you're correct. Metro Ed, done according to the JPA, is an amazing institution. But we have JPA members that are not honoring the JPA. We have superintendents that believe they're the governing body of that JPA. And it's completely dysfunctional. And it's destroying the Metro Ed. That organization is being destroyed. So that's a JPA that's fallen apart. The wheels have come off of that JPA. So if it's a JPA that honors the language of the JPA, you're right, you're correct, you're spot on. But I've seen a JPA that the wheels have come off.
And I can't speak to the Metro Ed, so I apologize.
Okay. I have a question, and then I see Albert has his hand up, so we'll get to it next. My question is, if these other organizations, these other districts and such, have been thinking about this for a while, I think you even said years, why now? And was part of it, I mean, why are they just approaching you now? What is there something behind the timing of this?
So that brings to Trustee Rudderman's last point. Lori is thinking about the end of her career. And so government financial strategies at some point in time is probably no longer going to be in existence because Lori is thinking about retiring in the near future. I'm not saying I'm not here to speak for when or if Lori is thinking about retirement. I will tell you all 6 of those member districts are currently government financial strategies clients. And so that's why some of those clients, why did we get brought into this at the kind of the 11th hour, if you will? Part of it was because of a transition of personnel. Eric left, I came in, so they were waiting for a period of time in order to bring me into that conversation. And the other was the pandemic. They needed to wait until that there was the appropriate time to bring the district in, so that way they knew that we could focus on the conversation and have some conversation and dialogue about it. And so the pandemic also delayed that conversation with us.
Are they talking to additional, or is this the 7?
These are the original 7 that they're talking to. And then there have been some preliminary conversations about how they would talk to other districts in the state. But again, that will be for the board of directors to decide once the JPA, if and when the JPA is formed, how they would go about the administration of that.
Okay, so the initial JPA is just these 7. They're not talking about bringing others in as founding members.
There, I know what is being discussed. I have to be careful about what I say because those are just ideas and plans. Some of it is in regards to Lori's firm, so I can't really go too far into that.
Okay, fair enough. Trustee Gonzalez?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I would say I'm fully supporting this initiative. I think that I know that Ms. Rainieri has helped us through the last couple of decades or what have you, and as she looks to retire, we definitely could benefit from this as far as the JPA is concerned. Obviously, if you look at the names on the districts that are involved, I mean, Elk Grove is one of the larger school districts in Northern California. So I think that we would benefit from this. I think that Capistrano, if I'm right, I think it's also basically like that. So just making sure that we can better address some of the FA needs that we have, I think is beneficial to us. And as we've seen, we've been part of JPAs that have benefited us, and whether it's insurance, transportation, or even Metro Ed. And I know maybe Metro Ed is sometimes we have some issues, some questions or concerns with some of the other members, but we can't deny that, you know, Metro Ed and the program that they have definitely benefited our students. So I think that, you know, this is just going to be another way that we can benefit our students by providing the best financial advisory, information that we can get to the district. And I think this is important. And whether Lori's involved or not involved, I think that that history that we have as far as and background that we have working with her, understanding, the issues of negotiated, competitive, the different issues that we've come across, I think is beneficial for us to understand and move forward. And I think that, this is going to be a benefit to us. So my direction would be to definitely support this and have, our CBO look into being part of this. All I see is a benefit to this. I don't see any negative. I mean, obviously, the only negative would be that you're part of a JPA, but the benefits, I think, outweigh any negatives that might exist.
Formed and the budget and the busing contract was signed. I heard words out of the then director of special ed's mouth I never thought I'd hear. So because she was so frustrated with the cost. And so that's my only background. So I'm coming at this going, I really don't know what question to ask. This is different than the other four. It's not replacing the other four. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. And the benefit is what you're saying is access to financial expertise, because you are a group that would be accessing that together and paying for that expertise together.
Correct.
Correct. So it's cheaper. So I'm trying to understand this. This is recommended by Lori, who currently advises these other groups, which are also, I'm looking at, these are some large school districts.
Yes.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out what we have in common. So larger school districts, are they basic aid?
Capistrano is basic aid. I'm not sure if Davis and Elk are. And then Kern and Sacramento County Office of Education would be funded differently.
Mhm.
And then SINA is a JPA.
Okay.
And SINA is a JPA that provides insurance and is one of the largest JPAs.
Is it true that one thing we have in common is that we all use Lori and GFS?
Yes. And all California public agencies.
Okay. And so what would you say is the biggest advantage to being part of this JPA that we don't have right now?
Yeah, so one of the things that's being talked about is, as an idea, is that rather than having a firm of municipal advisors, they are the employees of the JPA. So now that you have employees, you can get the economy of scale and they are able to serve all of the individuals. It's kind of like when we've been bringing a lot of contracts to the board for the purchase of furniture. We've been able to buy that furniture through a co-op, which is like a JPA, and through the economies of scale, we're able to buy that furniture at a far less cost than what we were able to. Are we going to have a less cost in year one? No, because there's going to be startup costs and all those types of things in doing that. But with the economies of scale, eventually you're going to be able to have those services that we believe that we're going to be able to have a lower cost for your debt issuances in the future. The other thing to remember is most of your costs in regards to these types of JPAs is only when you are going to the market. If you're not in the market in debt issuance, your costs in those individual years are going to be a whole lot less because you're going to be doing rating updates and those other types of things. That's far less cost than actually going out into the market and issuing the debt.
Okay. I hope my questions aren't too elementary.
No, not at all.
Okay. So then as a founding member, you get a seat on the board.
Yes.
So you get a seat at the decision table.
Which gives the district an opportunity to actually shape the JPA and have a voice at the table.
Okay. So again, I'm just trying to make sure
Absolutely.
I understand all this. And is there any initial cost for membership?
The only initial cost is that $5,000 that would actually be applied towards future services.
Okay. So that's from my limited understanding that
You're doing good.
those were my questions. Thank you.
Okay, trustee Ratterman.
Yeah, so thank you very much for addressing the questions. I had some reservations initially. I know that financial services has done a remarkably good job for us. The inclusion of Lori in the process, it makes me feel very good. You've answered almost every one of the questions. I think there's a great advantage to having the JPA. I think it will provide some economies of scale, et cetera. So I believe you were looking for direction today. So I don't know if we need to take a vote. Let's do everything with a vote. I'd like to recommend that we give you direction. I would like you to firm up some of those questions before you come back for final approval. But I'll make a motion that we go ahead and give direction to Mr. Well, we can still give.
He asked for direction to move
direction.
forward.
And so just to be certain it's clear that we all agree, I would like to make a motion that we give him direction to go ahead and bring back this item and take the action. Okay, that sounds good.
So if you look at the slideshow, what he needs direction on, is he says need direction if we should proceed in joining JPA as founding member. That's what it says on
Right,
the
but it also says he
slideshow.
comes back for a vote, so he'll proceed to do the process. Am I correct?
I listed this as a discussion or an information item because in previous board meetings, direction was just provided and those types of things. So I didn't anticipate it being a vote. I thought that we were just going to get maybe like a thumbs up or thumbs down direction.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
why don't we just do that?
That's
So it'll
fine.
be a thumbs up on giving direction. So when I call your name, just.
Can I just stop for a second? We will take a vote
Yes.
at the next board meeting
For an approval.
Yeah.
for the approval.
Just to
to do
give
this.
direction. And by the way, thumbs up, thumbs down's a vote, so whatever.
I'll provide notes.
We have this discussion every board meeting.
We'll provide notes on,
So-
but I'd just like to say, I would appreciate when you come back that Lori would be here, which would be very helpful.
If she wants to, it's up to her.
I will certainly invite her.
Okay, so we're looking for direction to move forward. So when I call your name, if you would like to give a thumbs up or down, you may. Trustee Canova? Okay, that's fine. Trustee Fairchild?
Thumbs up.
Figure out how to note this. Okay. Trustee Gonzalez has a thumbs up. Trustee Lieberman? Has a thumbs up. Okay. Trustee Ratterman?
Yes, translation, my thumbs up.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Thumbs up. And I give a thumbs up. So you've got direction to proceed and we will see it back for action at our next meeting. Is that correct? Okay. Will we get more details, like what
So what would
would
be
be a
attached?
contract or something?
What would be attached would be a resolution to join. And I think also maybe the bylaws. I'm not sure. I know the legal counsels that are working on all this, they're finalizing all this. I will say, I do know that one of them is supposed to be taking a vote early next week on whether or not they're going to join or not, and that's the Kern County Office of Ed.
If you could send us those bylaws and stuff far enough ahead where I get time to read them. Because right just before the meeting, we get a lot of reading.
Yeah, as soon as I have whatever's finalized, I can get
That
that.
sounds great. Thanks.
All right, I think talking about a lot of reading. The next item is O.1, first reading of board policies. There was 303 pages of board policies on this agenda. So I have
If it didn't require a vote, I would move that we put that to the future agenda.
Which one? The board policies?
Policies, it's 11:30.
Right. So I would say, so there were a couple that I wanted to pull out from the whole group when it comes back to us. So we've got, there's a few that we're doing our own deal with, like, I think you're standing up there because there's a reserve policy. And I don't think we want to get into it tonight. There's also the civility policy is being updated and there's a couple of others. So
Did this go by the policy committee?
they all went through the policy committee.
Just making sure.
Some of them, they should have come to us last year, but they never made it to us. So my suggestion is that we bring all these back as planning. And I'm going to pull a few out that I think that we might want to have particular discussions on. The reserve policy is one of them and civility is one. And there was a couple of others. So does anyone have a different idea of how to move forward? Trustee Fairchild, you have a hand?
Yeah, I know, I realize at the late hour, I would like to hear a preview. One of the things I know that helps me is to hear it a few times. And so I worry that if it just comes to planning and then, so if we could get a preview on the reserve policy, just, you know.
Would you like for us to separate these agenda items out, like pull those local policies out as a separate agenda item next time, agendize them separately for discussion, and then the bulk of the CSBA updates as a second item?
That's what I'm going to suggest, is that any one of them that has a local change or is, we're not taking the CSBA recommendation, because there are some of those also that we pull those out. And I'm going to give you the list of the ones that I am interested in. I'll give that to you directly. Are there any others that people had particular comments on? I know you were all riveted by every word in these policies. Yeah, Trustee Lieberman.
I think that it would be useful for Mr. Shield to talk about the reserve policy tonight, if at all possible, you know.
Standing right
Yeah.
there. And he looks more awake than all.
The policy committee spent significant time with
fine.
Mr. Shield. And I think it would help, you know, further
Just have a
discussion.
talk, it's faster
Yeah.
than what we're doing now.
Yes, exactly.
You want to have a discussion of it, or you just want him to present it so that we can think about it?
Just have
Is the
it
policy-
Just have him present it, I think is fine. Yeah.
You have a presentation or
Nope,
some
I
talking
just-
points? Talk.
I just have my talking points.
Okay, go for it.
So we all know what the fiscal reserve policy is, so I'm going to get it, or we already know what fiscal reserves are, so I'm not going to have that general conversation. I'm just going to kind of blow past that. That's the first half of the first page, just the background information. Some of the reserve policy is merely just putting in what our current practice already is. We are required to have a minimum reserve according to state law of a 3% minimum reserve. So we're just articulating that in the fiscal reserve policy. We already have a practice of having an additional basic aid reserve of an additional 7%. And so it's been our practice, but it's never been a policy. So I've added that into the policy in order to formalize that practice as a formal policy. We already have, as part of just the way the SACS forms work, whenever you have money that is the rest of that is unallocated, unassigned, uncommitted, then it is your unappropriated, unassigned fund balance. And so that is already the way it works. Again, just putting it in there that is another part of reserves. And then we have already had a practice that when we have gotten one-time funds from one year to the next, the board has made decisions to go ahead and move that into Fund 17 to set those aside as a one-day or as a one-time reserve and putting those in the separate fund in the future. So the first part of the policy is all putting into effect in words what we are already doing. So I think that's the first thing we have to. The second thing is going back to what I've shared with the board before is, and the board has also talked about this, I know Dr. Kemp has talked about this, is what is an acceptable level of reserves? And there is no policy at the statewide level that governs reserves for a community funded district. There is a policy for non-community funded districts, and that's Proposition 2. We are, because of a community funded district, we do not have to abide by Proposition 2. And that's because of the volatility of the property taxes that impact us. And so the question then is, what is an acceptable level of fiscal reserves that the board would like to have in place? This conversation, when Lori and I have met with the rating agencies, every single time, one of the things they say is, do you have a fiscal reserve policy? You're doing a great job managing your fiscal reserves, but do you have a policy? And I have to say no. And they're like, if you said yes, then that's going to help you on your credit rating. And so it's one of those basic things that even the credit rating agencies are looking for us to have. So if you're going to do it, then let's start thinking a little bit more creatively about what that fiscal reserve policy is. And so when talking to the policy committee, Dr. Kemp and I shared with them some various different ideas of what that fiscal reserve policy might be in establishing what that threshold should look like. And at first, we had a conversation about establishing the threshold in the 5th year of our MYP. And there were numbers that were thrown out there into what to have in the 5th year of the MYP. And then the policy committee asked me to go and reach out to John Gray, who's the president and CEO of School Services, who does advising work like this all over the state of California. And he advised that we actually think about it in 2 different ways. And that was, what do you want as an acceptable reserve policy in year 3 of the MYP? And then also a second standard in year 5 of the MYP. That allows you to have 2 reserve policies, one for both kind of a midterm evaluation period, as well as a long-term evaluation period in that 5th year out as well. And so as the result of that is through that work and through working with the policy committee, we came up also with how you calculate the reserve policy. That's all in here. What the policy committee settled on is a 40% reserve in year 3 and no less than a 25% reserve in year 5. There's also included in here actions that the board would have to take specifically in order to use more of the reserves in any one year. What they have said, what the policy committee came down on this is using no more than 10% of the total dollar amount in any one year. If you wanted to use more than that, it would require board resolution in order to do that. What the policy also says, the draft policy also says, is that, as you know, there are 3 times of the year that we bring a required financial report to the board. And if at any one point in time of those financial reporting periods, it's presented to you that, for example, year 3, we're going to be below 40%. And let's say hypothetically that happened at the first interim, then staff would have to bring a plan back to the board to bring those reserves back up to the threshold by the next second interim report. So if it's reported at the first interim, we're required to bring a plan back to the board for bringing those reserves back up by the next statutorily required reporting period. I think I hit all of the high points as to the reserves. I don't think I missed any of the big ticket items. I think those are all the high points.
Thank you for that.
So are there any questions? I have one, but does anyone else have a question? I'll start then. I'm just wondering where the 40% number in year 3 and the 25% number, where did those come from? They seem.
We had a dartboard and we were
Yeah,
just.
That's what it feels like. It just seems a
No.
little random.
Sadly, no. The 25% really goes back to a GFO recommendation. I stated in my last recommendation, the Government Finance Officers Association, one of the things that they have said is 3 months cash flow. And so 3 divided by 12 is 25%. So that's how we got the 25% cash flow in the 3rd year or in year 5. The 40% threshold was really recognizing the fact that we have a significant volatility because of our property taxes. And so we really looked at more of that volatility of the property taxes and also looked at when the cash flow comes in to the school district as the result of having to rely on the property tax schedule and as the result of that entire process. And so that's really the nature of how the 40% was established and also the 25%.
You told told me what you were thinking about, but you didn't tell me where the number came from. You said there's a
So
lot of
it's-
volatility.
Yeah, it's, oh, okay, so part of it is property tax growth over time, but the other part of it is around the way we receive payments from the county. And we want to make sure we have sufficient cash so we don't have to go out and borrow money to cover bills.
Why 40?
It was looking at that cash flow. There's 3 or 4 months out of the year where we receive no funding from the state or from the county because of how we receive funding from the property taxes. And so it was looking at all of that analysis, and the policy committee came up and said 40%.
Okay. If anyone from the policy committee wants to add anything, I'd be happy to hear it. Trustee Rotterman, you're not on the policy committee, but go ahead.
Okay, good. Yeah, so one of those was a very simplistic formula. It was the 3 months, we go blank for 3 months, so we have to carry. The other one, I think what you were doing is look at it, combination, volatility, standard deviation on how big the swings are typically. There's a life cycle period in there, so if you've got dips and troughs, there's a refractory period that where they recover and don't. Did your analysis, or did whomever, because I don't think it was actually your analysis, get involved with that type of detail, or did they and adjust it to our specific circumstances here? Because, you know, we're in a unique valley. So our what swings and changes here in real estate value, which is effectively what we're talking about, is radically different than what happens in Sacramento or Fresno or somewhere else. So have these been tweaked for our circumstances, or we're just working off of a norm that's been calculated through, you know, a industry group or a educational group?
So the one thing is that there are no reserve policies like this. There are other reserve policies out there, and there is one out there that has a formula that when I read it, I thought, this isn't simple. When I started working on this and was asked to start working on this, my idea is that you should be able to read it and clearly understand where you're supposed to be. And the one formula that I did see that got very, very complicated was not simple. I mean, I know this stuff, and I had a hard time figuring out what the policy says.
Yeah, and what I just said was not simple at all.
Yeah, and so I would agree with you. And so really the policy committee, we talked about that ebbs and flows. We talked about a lot of those different things, and the policy committee talked about percentages, and there was a range of percentages. And ultimately where the comfort level came from policy committee is they felt comfortable at that 40%. They felt like it was one of those that, you know, if something really happened in our market, in our conditions, at a 40% level, we would have enough reserves to be able to weather that storm for a 3-year period of time. Recognizing, remember, 3% of those reserves cannot be used.
Yeah.
Because 3% of those reserves are your statutory minimum. If you're using those 3% reserves, then the state has taken control. So really it's a net 37 when you back out that 3%.
And I do understand that.
Okay.
I think that's the strangest rule in the world, but that's okay. You may have a mandatory reserve you can't use.
Yes.
But so if you happen to stumble across a model that could look at the 40%, I'm a little hesitant to ask you to do that, but if you stumble across something that could give it a little more rigor on that, I would not be opposed to looking at it. And keep the calculus down to a minimum, because I can't differentiate anymore.
That's fair. I'll go back to my notes too and see if there were some additional reasons why policy committee settled on 40%.
Thank you. I think you're going in the right direction. I think this looks good, and I appreciate the efforts. I didn't want to be derogatory. I think you've done a really good job. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're putting this together. I just want to, we need to be sure that we're doing this right. So when this is a big deal. Do you know what our total fiscal reserves are at the moment?
I don't have those with me tonight. I'm sorry. I could pull up an old presentation real quick, but I don't have it available at my fingertips.
Maybe you can just email the board, or let us know.
Okay. I know it was
I'm
in,
just
the- I
wondering,
know it
are
was in
we
the second
over
interim.
40? Are we under 40? I'm sort of curious to know where we are in relation to this 40, if we have to save a whole bunch more or we're over saving or what.
Well, I would go back to a presentation that I prepared for the board, I think at the second interim report. And we finished last year right around 60%. And I think at the second interim, in year 3, we would have been around 35%. So we would be under that 40% threshold if my memory is serving me correctly.
So why don't you check it out and let us know? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Any comments from the board? I mean, from the room? Any, okay.
I had one really quick. I just want to thank you for explaining this. For me, hearing something new, it helps to hear it and then hear it again. So before we make the decision. So thank you so much for presenting this.
I will tell you, I just pulled up my presentation. I was wrong. We were at 35.6% that we would have been in year 3.
a little under.
I was off by 35%. So
I'd like to bring up to the board one other policy, and that is 9322. Yeah, because we've talked about it before. But I just wanted to bring to the board's attention one little thing that I'm guessing the policy committee changed that I'm disagreeing with. And that is our agenda review meetings that the board president has with the superintendent. And the policy used to say up to 2 other board members will be invited to the agenda preparation meeting of a regular board meeting. And it's been changed to 1 other board member. And I know that that's what we've been doing, is just having 1, and that's a good thing. However, there was a case just recently where we had to invite 2 others. So I'd like to leave the flexibility at 2 instead of changing it to 1. And that case was the time where I was at the agenda review meeting, but I was not going to be presiding over the meeting because I was out of town. And so I wanted to be sure the vice president who was running the meeting was at agenda review along with the person who was originally invited. So I'd like to see that go back to 2. Does anyone have an issue with that, or a comment or a question? No?
So the answer is no. I actually like having the larger agenda review. I think less things fall through cracks. So 2 is not a problem for me.
Okay, Trustee Fairchild.
I would like to see the option of having 2, but I would like that to be the exception rather than the rule. I think when you get 3 people in the room, if any one of them have talked to anyone else, you can get into Brown Act issues, which is something I think we have to be, constantly have to be mindful of that. So that's just my only, yes, there may be an exception, but I would not like to see that be the rule.
Yeah, and we probably have something in our governance handbook about that being, generally, we just do 1. I'd just like to have the flexibility in there for 2. Okay, so Dr. Kemp, if you could note that, that's on page 2 of policy 9322. Yeah, they did a lot of cleanup of that one, which I really liked. So I do appreciate that. Okay. Yep.
So it is helpful to see these with the strikeouts, but are we going to see the clean copies? Because sometimes with all the strikeouts, I miss things. It's hard to read.
When it comes back for a second reading, it's cleaned up.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
So let me get clarification from the board. Is this considered our first reading? And the next time you see it, it'll be all cleaned up? Or do you need it one more time with the strikeouts, since we're not talking about all of them?
One more time.
One more time. Okay. Did you catch that? One more time. I have one more question about the civility policy, and I'm wondering if the policy committee had something to say about it. Because they've added, our current language has been added into the board policy itself, but also they've created an exhibit with the same wording. And I'm wondering why they felt the need for the exhibit when all of that language is in the BP. Anyone have thoughts on that? You remember doing that? Dr. Kemp, do you recall? This is BP 1313 and exhibit 1313.
Yes. If I recall correctly, the exhibit exists just to memorialize the statement that's read aloud at the board meeting. That's it. So they put it in the policy and then created the exhibit as the readout.
Oh, interesting. Does that sound right? Because since I read this at every board meeting, I looked at that, the rest of the language that CSBA provided around our local language. And I was thinking, oh, some of the things that they have would actually be positive additions to our statement. So I was thinking that we might want to change what the readout is based on the CSBA additions. So the question is, do we put additional into the exhibit, or do we just have the civility policy and I just pull out selected pieces to read at the meeting? I don't know if anyone at 11:45 at night has thoughts on that.
So what were the additions that you really liked? Since you read the policy every.
Well, it's the part that I read, I still like, but like they have a statement, the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has on the effective operation of the district. You know, that's, they're just, I think it's more general. Each person should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions. I don't know. Maybe next time I'll come back with maybe a suggestion for what should be in the exhibit that's beyond what our own policy is. Would that be okay? Trustee Radaman?
Yeah, the one area where sometimes this civility policy, I think, leads to a false impression. And I've seen a couple of comments today that sort of indicate that, is that criticism of us and the board, for instance, if somebody wants to come up and say, they think that I, as a board member, have done a horrible job and I'm lousy at my job, etc., is protected from speech. They get to do that. And we have no choice. We just sit and take it. So, you know, when you read the policy, it's intended to try to keep people as civil about that as possible. But if somebody genuinely feels that your behavior is unacceptable and they want to say so in candid, unflattering ways, that's a protected free speech. So then later you'll get people that will criticize you as not following the civility policy because you allowed somebody to say that Andy Roderman does a lousy job as a school board member and he's a bit of a jerk. If that's what they feel, that's what they feel, and they get to tell me that, and I don't have a recourse. So I just want to be sure that later people don't feel that when they criticize me, that they have not been civil. I mean, in a way they haven't, but that's just, it's also their free speech. So and there's been multiple cases about this where school districts, city councils, et cetera, have tried to protect their elected officials from that type of criticism, and it's been shot down every single time. So
Yeah, absolutely.
profanity is not allowed. So if you use profanity, that is disruptive, and that's actually something that you can, that's an actionable item. Okay, so that's not okay. But if they want to say jerk is not a profanity, they want to call me a jerk, they get to do that. If they want to use an expletive to call me a jerk, then that's something you can clamp down on.
Yeah, and that's actually why I like that CSBA has come up with this policy, because it puts it a little bit more out there as to what's okay and what's
Well,
not.
and I do think though that the one I don't have the capacity to wordsmith this particularly tonight, but the piece about policy includes First Amendment, free speech, consideration, behavior, blah, blah, blah. I want it to be a little clearer there that, you know, it doesn't ban criticism. You can criticize all you want. And that's not, it may feel uncivil, but it's not uncivil in terms of this policy.
Yeah. Well, and just
I can give you a
remember,
list.
Trustee Radaman, this policy is not just for use in the boardroom. This is also important at our schools, our school sites.
Okay, well, the part I want to address is it's late. The
Yeah,
part I want to address is what's done here in the boardroom. If this is I picked up the wrong piece, but I've noticed that with our policy that we read out every day, every meeting, that's an issue. And several people have been upset because people have said things unpleasant. And I don't like hearing them, but it's just not within we don't have the capacity to stop that. We just have to deal with it. As Shakespeare said, suffer the slings and arrows.
Okay, we've run out of time, so we'll bring this back to the next meeting and we'll more discussions about it. And I'll try and pull out some piece, but that I think is particularly worthwhile to read. But if you have other thoughts, you can let me know those thoughts as well. Okay, then we are moving on to item P.1, which was a request from Trustee Ryan for a board 360 evaluation. So this is a board member agenda item request, a thumbs up, thumbs down. So Trustee Ryan will get up to 2 minutes to pitch it. We're not going to talk about it. If you want to talk about it, then that means you should give it a thumbs up so it can come back. If you think that it's not useful and you don't even want to entertain it as on an agenda, then that would be a thumbs down. So I will turn it over to Trustee Ryan to tell us what she's thinking.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
You hear me? Okay. So over the last 2.5 years, I've heard from many, many employees about concerns with board member behavior. When I was board president, I often had to address it, but I've been hearing it for quite a while. But over the last month or so, I've been hearing these concerns more and more frequently and with much greater fear of retaliation, a fear of retaliation and a fear of harassment than I've heard before. So when employees call me and start the conversation pleading for confidentiality because they fear retaliation from board members, should they be identified, I have to take these concerns extremely seriously. I have heard from employees who dread coming to the board to make presentations because they fear attacks from board members. I've certainly seen that happen. And I've heard other concerns with harassing and hostile emails or other messages, all of great concern. Based on the number of people who have contacted me, I know these are not isolated experiences, but I, as one board member, do not have enough information to determine just how widespread these issues are. But the board needs to know. Maybe the issue is limited, maybe it's widespread, but we need to know. The board sets the direction of this district, and we have to ensure that all of our employees feel safe, even those who want to criticize us or disagree with us. Because we need to ensure employees feel safe in sharing their concerns, I am recommending that we immediately initiate a 360 evaluation of the board so that employees can share any concerns with an independent third party who can then share the results with us, the board members. And if concerns are identified, we can take action to address those concerns. To be very clear, I would love to learn that these concerns are limited, but the only way for any of us to know is to ask the questions of our employees. I'm also concerned that if we do not initiate this evaluation ourselves, we will be forced to authorize an investigation into board behavior. And I think the fact that it's on the agenda, I have just two more sentences. The fact that it's on this agenda means that we are now aware that there are potential concerns. So we cannot pretend that we do not have awareness of concerns. the fact that I'm talking about this is evidence that we know there are concerns. So I am hoping that every board member will support this evaluation so that we can ensure we are creating an environment where all employees feel safe. Thank you.
Trustee Ryan?
Yeah.
Okay, that was the 2 minutes. So
Yep.
now it's a.
Thank you, I'm done.
Or to either give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. No comments.
I think we probably have to roll call because I
it's
think
more
thumbs up, thumbs
forward,
down are not okay.
Then it'll come onto an agenda to be discussed. It doesn't, it's not.
So I think you'll need to read out the thumbs up then because we're remote.
Time to discuss it. So you can give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Trustee Canova, you're first. Do you want to?
So I think you need to read out
The
the
idea
vote.
is on these items that we don't comment on them.
Right. But I think you need to read out, I don't think we can just do thumbs up because we're not in person.
Members are not employees. We're elected.
She's freaking out. Should I let
Our
her put her
360 is the
microphone on? No.
elections that put us on this board or remove us from this board. That's our 360.
Okay, is that a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
That is a thumbs down. We're not employees of this district. We're politicians.
Sorry, I'm being short because of the time. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Yes, you want to go? Okay. Trustee Gonzalez. Thumbs up. You have a thumbs up? Trustee Lieberman? No. Trustee Ratterman?
I'm going to abstain for the change.
Okay, Trustee Ryan? Thumbs up? I give it a thumbs down. So that is 1, 2, 3 to 3 with 1 abstention. So that fails. Okay. Then we will not be bringing that back. Next item is report from the board. I think we're going to skip that. We are not going back to closed session. Point, so I will take. a
Motion to adjourn, Rotterman.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Trustee Canova,
Giving me an opportunity to go home.
I'm asking you to vote to
Yes,
adjourn the
yes,
meeting.
she is.
Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez, thumbs up. Trustee Lieberman, Trustee Ryan, Trustee Ryan, thumbs up. And I also say yes, so that passes